time I come off of this gauntlet, every time he's here, I'm gone.
Um, it's clearly because you guys hate each other. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
that's what it is. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of D&D. Last we left off, some shit went down on the road.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Yeah. The party was ambushed by a group of assassins, one of which was Bloodless, the more elite assassin that has been sent to myrtleize Ockleth. Through the use of a paralysis wand and some a whole bunch of fuckery, managed to actually knock her unconscious and came to the discovery that Bloodless is in fact the once deceased wife of Narcissus,
Dun,
who
dun.
he then proceeded to stuff into a bag. What are you guys doing?
Uh-uh.
I
Last
don't know.
time on DB. um. I feel like we need to lick our wounds here a little bit. And we probably need to have a chit chat about what to do.
That would probably be best.
Probably.
Um, okay. I got healed to full, so does anyone need like a potion or anything?
Oh, actually, I'm good.
Well, also remember probably what's next right after your talk or whatever you're doing is going to be a long rest. So
Yeah, so might as well not waste it. Well, what time is it right now?
I'd say it's mid-afternoon.
Okay. Right. Well, I'm sure all of you have questions.
I more have concerns.
What would those concerns
Well, for one thing, we can't leave her in a bag.
be? No,
So
we cannot.
she's, she's confused, she's nearly traumatized, and we just beat the shit out of her. She beat the shit out of us.
Yes, but
But
the alternative is we trust her and she kills Orcliffe and probably the rest of us.
do you think that, I don't know, maybe we could find like a set of manacles or something? I
I
know.
mean, I have
Yeah,
handcuffs.
she's in the bag, handcuffed and with her ankles tied together.
Well, I'm thinking more for like, I don't know, if we have to go somewhere and we can't afford to leave her, like, do you think we could come up with some sort of enchanted item that could potentially, I don't know, but just keep her safe, but from running away?
Could I make some sort of check to see if I know of a spell that would do that?
Of a spell?
Or some sort of enchantment, I guess that might do that.
Um, sure.
What do you want me to roll?
Just roll Arcana. Um, You're sure that there's a way. You're not sure of the specifics.
Well, I'm sure that there's some way to do it. I'm not an expert in the subject, though. And I fear that by the time that we find an expert and get such an enchantment, it may be quite a long time.
I don't. I'm very out of my depth, if I'm completely honest with you. I've no idea.
Um,
For the first
Very
time in a very long time. So am I.
When you say that, she's gonna kind of regard you, tilt her head to the side, and I don't know if that's true or if this is just the first time you're feeling comfortable in a while saying that. Oh my god, guys, Vaxiel is streaming.
Dude, guy. Okay, everyone watching, leave right now.
Yeah, go leave and go watch Vaxiel.
Oh my god.
Why are you watching
Best
the stream
channel.
when you could be watching the stream?
Must plug. What?
I'm tempted to leave so I can go watch it.
I'm open to suggestions. Karu, I believe that is a good idea for a long term.
I,
No,
I don't
As-
know what to do.
But in the short term, we have zero way to transport quite frankly, a sycophantic maniac bent on killing us.
I know, but I just don't. You can't keep a person in a prison like that. They'll go mad.
I'm pretty sure she's already mad.
I know, but I don't want to exacerbate the problem, especially if this is your wife.
I am trying to order things in my brain right now.
Do you need some time to think, Naz? Do you want me to drive the car?
He's just like, you can tell he's like really shaken. Like he's legitimately stumped, and you've never seen him just like he's always had at least like some sort of idea or something, and this is the first time where there's nothing. He got nothing.
You're gonna offer him a hug.
I guess he's gonna kind of lean away a little bit, but then just kind of still let it happen because he's like in the middle of like frantically thinking as well.
She'll probably give him a side hug then, so he can like still step away and not like overbear.
And suddenly, 3 bears appear. Okay, sorry, you said overbear.
Overbear. I think actually he's gonna take you up on that. He's gonna pass the reins to you and just kind of go to the, I don't know, back of the carriage and just kind of like ponder, think.
Okay. Real quick, has Akaru ever driven a cart before?
Yeah.
I have full faith that she can do it her first try, zero problems.
No, she would have to drive carts for like helping with the farm, or like transporting any goods to like other locals in the village. Yeah.
Okay. These are just bigger animals, so that likely would have been done with like donkeys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool. think we've already established that the lizards are fine with you, so I don't think you'll have a problem driving the cart. All right, sure.
So she gonna drive cart so Wizard Man can take a break.
Okay. Babies.
Also, since Zilvik wasn't here last session, Akaru is currently disguised as a human.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
She is
Yeah, right.
using the disguise self tattoo, so
How long does that last? Is it until it's dispelled, right?
No, that is incorrect.
Huh.
It quite literally uses the disguise self spell. So let me look, because actually I think that would have definitely worn off by now.
really?
It lasts
Yeah.
an hour.
An hour, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that as far as the tattoo goes, where it is, masquerade. Yeah, once the spell is cast from the tattoo, it can't be cast from the tattoo again until the next dawn.
So we can say it wore off. No problem.
Yeah.
It was more just aesthetics on the road anyway.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right.
You just so you know, she's human. Retconned. No, she's not.
Just kidding.
I just stared at this person who got off this cart, and they were just morphing into all different races and sizes.
It's crazy.
Several minutes.
I have seen some shit.
It's like that. It's like that. That desktop screens, like the really old desktop screensaver that was like that 3D shape that kept like shifting forms as it bounced around the screen.
Totally remember that.
Yeah.
And the pipes. The pipes.
The pipes. Yeah, I remember the pipes. I thought the pipes were the fucking coolest thing.
Dude, yeah, right? And of course the Starfield back in 95 and 98. You know, for us old folks out there.
Right.
Are we continuing on the road and just kind of like taking our long rest?
I mean, like, Narcissus is open to suggestions. He is actually probably more open to suggestions now than most times.
You should really show us your face.
His brain is burning out here. He's like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what to do about this. I have zero preparedness for this. I don't have any plan whatsoever.
I'm sure it would make it completely better if you just showed us your face.
No. That literally has no logical benefit.
You mind me asking how she died then? Could we have a bit more context to that part of the story?
He's like, I don't know. Like, I guess it didn't like really hit him until just then. He's like, I don't think I'm ready to talk about that, actually.
Then, for once, go on a tear. You know how I am with my stories and how I can't shut up. If there is something on your mind you just want to talk about, let it flow. Kind of process everything. What's eating at you? Sometimes giving it a voice can get it out, at least.
Well, other than the fact that my now dead wife is in a bag on my hip. I'm... My wife died, bringing my daughter into the world.
She kind of whispers at that. Passes you a sympathetic glance from where she's driving the cart. I'm really sorry.
What what happened to your daughter?
That one, most certainly. I cannot think about that and this at the same time.
Fair enough.
And you said she buried her in Pilgora.
I should have taken her with me.
Azra?
Of course. This would never have happened.
You can't know that.
And I'm not sure taking her with you would have been a good idea. Whatever is animating her now seems different from how you've raised the dead.
This is remarkably different.
Yes, and I'm not sure if you would have been, I don't know, sentient. Have you ever raised someone who still has their mind about them?
No. She has the echo of actual mortality left in her. And I have no idea how that's possible.
I know very little of necromancy, as you're well aware, but I've never heard of something being able to emulate a living person from beyond the grave.
She has a mind, just not hers.
I wouldn't be so sure. Maybe it's not being controlled by her right now, but who's to say that there isn't her still in there? Kind of like how there is still remnants of you within you. Just because something is shut out doesn't mean it's not, well, present.
I don't understand. Why her? Why? Is this some sick joke? I don't understand. Is this a message? How could they possibly? This is... The coincidence would be monumental.
Let me ask you this then. Who do you think would do this as a message to you, and why?
You see him kind of snap in the focus. Like he's just like... The Simics.
Okay? Why would they do this?
I have a history with the Simics. not as an agent of them.
I don't know. Did they ask you for something and you didn't oblige them? Or did they feel spited? But even something like this, raising someone's loved one, that's monstrous.
They're pretty fucked up.
That's absolutely fucked up.
No, like they're flesh shapers. They're not even necessarily necromancers.
Wait, what?
They like create beasts and stuff.
Okay, so I knew of them. I didn't know they did that. That is reprehensible, and I want to burn them to the ground. Um, and she's gonna toss Narcissus a look. If you ever want someone to also help you burn them to the ground, please consider me a volunteer. Um, that is why. What? Why? She's kind of like bewildered by the idea that something like this is okay to exist.
Tyler, I'm DMing you real quick before I answer. And okay, so listening, like you can see that he's like he's boiling, like he's connecting the dots, and he's like really ripping mad. Orc Turin of the Simic Order, the leader in Pelgura. I bet my fucking mask. Insignificant speck of feculent scum.
So now the question is, can we get proof of this? And if we can, do we make him pay by way of taking this to the Queen, or do we do it ourselves?
Orc Turin is mine.
Do it ourselves. Okay.
No, mine.
Yours. Even better.
He has many sins to pay for.
Well, I'm not usually one for violence, but it seems that it should be mandatory. And Laura willing, justifiable. What is your desired outcome? This. Not just revenge. If you're thinking of curing your wife, do you want her back to how she was? Or
I don't know if that's possible. I don't know how any of this is possible.
okay.
As far as Arcturan, it'd be best if you didn't know the outcome.
Oh, you can kill him for like her nonsense.
I'll spare you the details.
Okay.
It's
I'll be
far.
honest.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, she's just gonna kind of watch you and then go back to watching the road and be like, I'll be honest, I don't know what to make of this.
For once, we are cut of the same cloth. And I am genuinely worried.
That scares me.
The immediate
Even if
problem.
you get him to yourself, though.
Oh, sorry.
If it does come to dealing with the Simics, though, I had an inkling when I was talking to the Queen for the first time that she doesn't like them.
Yes, they skirt the law, and they keep all the heinous acts underground and under wraps, and they kill all the witnesses. They are monsters.
If Octer and Savile is dealt with, then we best be giving the Queen her reasons to get rid of them, the rest of them.
I will go in as a single agent if I must. I will not wait for the Queen's pass on whether I should spare that dog.
I wasn't talking about him. I meant the Simics as a whole.
We must expose their connection. And you'll see a light bulb flash above his head. Kind of like the idea, like, oh my
No,
god.
a literal light bulb, which you guys have never seen before because it hasn't been invented yet, appears above his head and just.
Like, just that motion, like, oh my god. We must think carefully, but I've had an idea. We may have the proof we need.
You think they're connected to the necromancers?
The proof is right at my hip. We just need to unlock her memory. That will be the key to bringing the Simics down.
Yeah. Let's get on our way. Get to the immediate problem.
The immediate problem is, how do we not traumatize an already quite traumatized woman who's also been dead for 15 or so years?
That I don't know. I'll pray for you tonight. I don't know of any god that could undo the troubles of the mind like this.
I appreciate the sentiment.
The case. I don't know what it will be, but I know we'll find an answer.
We must tackle one crisis at a time. What is the most important crisis right now?
I don't know, maybe the necromancer cult.
And yet we still have prisoner. for all intents and purposes. I do not know if we have the right. But if she were to be released, we would surely die, and if not us, certainly others.
And who's to say that if she returned to her order, they would let her live?
It doesn't matter. Not to her.
But it matters to you. And that's
Yes.
what I'm concerned about.
Of course it matters to me.
I know. That's why I want to prevent it from happening, Narcissus. Damn it, man, you have friends, whether you want it or not.
Take out your notebooks or whatever you scribe in and write the date and time. This is a sentence that I have not uttered in a while.
She will actually take out a small like piece of paper that she uses to scribble her like sheet music on from like a small pouch on her hip.
I was kidding, and he's gonna actually look a little concerned at that.
The Gale movement store, is it?
I need help.
Thank God you admitted it.
It would have been so funny if everyone was like, all right, well, I'm gone. Bye.
No, whatever it is you're going through, I hope it's horrible. You know?
Not emotional help.
No, you do need that.
You need to.
You
Maybe.
need help of all kinds, Narcissus.
I need help coming up with a plan.
Oh, absolutely. And we will get there when we have better things to be able to provide to it. But right now, we don't really have much of anything.
Well, we are headed. Where are we headed again?
Blackridge.
Blackridge. Oh man, no.
Oh my God! For a second, I thought Blackridge was Ridgemore on the map, and I was like, "Why the fuck are we going there?"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Blackridge
Last session we
Resora.
decided. Yeah. No. Last session we decided we want to go all the way across the map again and then come back.
Yeah, your ultimate goal is to get to Razora, but in order to get there, you have to pass through Blackridge. So you're going to Blackridge first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that's
just
what
for
I
a
was
split second,
talking
I
about.
thought
No,
Ridgemore and
no, she
Blackmore
was
switched.
Anna had asked.
Yeah.
Okay. Blackridge isn't exactly flush in things that would be helpful in the situation either.
No,
They
but
do have an
they have an alchemist.
there's some sort of tonic or elixir that may spur her memory at least.
Sorry, not the Evandros. Ignore that. It's just Evandros.
It is the Evandros.
Yes, it is. It is the Tuesday.
It's the Tuesday of the second of the beginning.
Yeah,
See, you laugh, but I actually wrote down Narcissus Anamnesis. I need help. Evandros second of I'm going to write this in fancy script and then put it on my wall.
Good. Excellent.
Again, looking a little concerned at her jotting that down for realsies.
It's just so that she can prove it to you later if you try to take it back.
No, it's for me to have for later in case he ever needs a reminder that just despite it, she's gonna look at him. You're a man. And a fragile one.
Not a woman.
How do you know I'm a man?
From everything
No,
you've just described?
Actually, I don't think Narcissus would be joking right now. So can I resend that?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah,
can
you can
resend
resend that.
But it's mostly a reminder. So that I'm just gonna tuck it away. I have it to remind myself, and I have it there to remind you should you ever need it.
He'll sigh and nod.
We will get through this, Nelson. We'll
I'm
find a way to
going.
fix this.
Oh. Well, the key is not only finding a way to do it, but doing that expeditiously.
And
The more trauma and the more she views us as an enemy, the harder it will be.
I suppose we best get a move on then.
Yes, we must. Let us wrap up for the day, make camp, start fresh in the morning, and try to head straight for Blackridge.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice. Um. Yeah. All right. Are you guys just kind of traveling straight to it? And if so, what are you doing on the way? Are you guys Beach during this time? You're going to be helping Zilvik study his rituals.
I
Back at
don't
some
think he
point.
would be, actually, at this point.
Okay.
Vec at some point is going to ask Akaru if they can talk alone.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I think. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, that's fine. I'm just making sure if this is technically our long rest, we get all our spells back, right?
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
reset all your shit.
Okay.
And Narcissus specifically, because you're the only one that has to do this. If you want to switch any of your spells around, now's the time to do it.
All right, cool. I'm going to ask Oclith for the Wait, did we already read through and get everything we needed out of the alchemy book that we bought?
Um, I don't
Remember we
know.
bought like the book.
Yeah, I remember you about the alchemy book. I don't remember, and I don't think so, and I also don't think that Oclith has had the chance to look through whatever he's got.
Because I bought it for Oclith, just like we're both sharing it, but he's carrying it.
Okay. Well, he's not here to verify that he would give it to you, so I don't. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I just want to like look over it and I'll give it back to him right away after I'm done.
Ordering it for the night.
Like basically, I'm just gonna be reading it and then giving it back to him like as soon as I'm done reading it.
Okay. Sure.
Do I? Oh wait, do you guys want to do your chat first, or do you want to do this first?
I don't care.
Either works for me.
All right.
We
Sure.
can do this first.
This was the
All
book
right,
you
cool.
got like forever ago, right?
Yeah, it was like the last time we were in Blackbridge, or the time before that. I can't remember.
Then I think you did. I think that's how you got most of the
I'm pretty
recipes you already have written down.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I know that we didn't get into the poison section at the back. Um, but I wasn't sure if we left anything behind. If I just didn't roll high enough to like read into more details.
No, because remember I had said there's not that many recipes in there because it's
Yeah.
there's only so many recipes in existence.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want to specifically look towards the back where the poison recipes were, you sure can.
Yeah. I'll scroll through those real quick. You want me to roll investigation?
Um, yeah, just investigate. It's not a high DC. Yeah, you're fine.
That's good.
um, yeah, in the back you actually find rather than two poison recipes, you find the recipe for basic poison and the recipe for antitoxin.
Beautiful.
And I'll DM you those. All right. I'm going to live under the assumption that Oclith is practicing while on the road for his own archery nonsense.
And I mean, while they're having their talk, I'm probably gonna be reading other books, but they can have their talk first. We'll do that later.
Okay.
Before you like read any of the books, Akara is going to walk over with her books in case you wanted to take any of those as well. Because she'll probably see you reading and be like, I don't know if you want these added to your pile, or if you want a lighter read in the middle. But she has
What books?
The Cost of Dark Dealings, The Blessings of Melora, and The Grand Mystic, as well as Servants of the Divine. They're primarily books on religion.
Is there anything that touches on necromancy, clericdom, or anything?
Servants of the Divine might have some sort of connection. It's primarily about celestials. And necromancy, she didn't read the Grand Mystic. It is the one about Mystra and like the connection to the arcane and how like people go about that. Um, she didn't read it looking for anything about necromancy. I don't know if that would be in it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, probably the Mistra one and um, probably just the Mistra one actually. The Celestial one, I don't think would have anything to do with that.
All right, she will loan you the Grand Mystic.
Okay. Thank you, Akara.
Anytime.
All right, and he's just gonna be furiously studying, and while they have their talk, he's gonna be speed reading like the best of them.
I'm just picturing Narcissus like face like pressed into the book, flipping pages while like heavily breathing.
All the knowledge is mine. What?
Is this
Go ahead.
sorry? Is this going to be a private chat or
Yeah.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, you got to approach her first, right?
Yeah. Like a car, is it alright if me and you talk for a second? Or a minute, or however the fucking long it takes.
10 hours.
Cool. She'll kind of like dip off with you.
You guys are,
Yeah.
I'm assuming, heading off purposefully to a private spot.
Yeah.
All right. Dope. Narcissus will be back.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll be here.
Proceed.
I'm yawning. Ah, sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you for a second about Narcissus. Um, I I know that you've probably noticed that, well, with the way shit's been going, he's been kind of changing a little bit. At least to me, it seems that way. And I know you were saying you wanted to help him with the Simics and stuff, but I think no matter what happens, we can't let him kill October and Seville himself.
You mind me asking why?
Well, let me pose to you this question. What what do you think happens when the man will do anything for revenge? Thinks he knows what's right, kills the man in revenge, and then continues to think he knows exactly what's right. He keeps on killing. In cold blood.
Is she
I
going to?
don't. I know the guy needs to be stopped. I don't like the Simics either myself. I just think that if Narcissus kills that man, it'll be the point of no return.
She's nodding with what you're saying.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you felt the same, because
Oh, I do. I I make no reservation about this.
Yeah.
There is
guess we're both in agreement that he should never be going there alone.
oh no.
I guess
I
I
don't
wouldn't
go
want
there.
a man in cold blood, but if it comes to the fact that I think Narcissus is gonna do it, I'll kill the man myself just so he can't.
I don't know if it'll come to that. It's
I'd just rather be prepared with Narcissus because he seems to be prepared for just about anything, and if we can stop it before it comes to something, then I'd prefer to keep it that way.
he's hurt,
Yeah,
and
I know he's
Howard
hurt.
makes us think and do stupid things. And I know you know that, and I know that, and I know everybody knows that, unless they're in the throes of it. This
Yeah,
is
but it's not just pain. It's been anger that's festering for years.
I
And then
know.
now it's not just pain anymore. Now it's complete and utter outrage. And that's a desperate man who's gonna do whatever he feels like he has to. And I honestly feel like he might do it, whether even if we tell him he needs to stop.
I'm all for the idea of the order getting stopped. I would like the Queen to be able to be the one who says no and gets rid of them, but I don't know
Yeah.
how. It's complicated, it's political, and I have no idea about anything that goes on in Reed when it comes to
Oh,
this sort of expertise.
that's not even like I know the Queen doesn't want the Simics here. That she's already told me before. If I get evidence that they're committing any crimes, she'll shut down the entire thing.
We
But
get evidence.
that's yeah, we get evidence. What I'm saying is, Narcissus isn't going to wait for evidence. Narcissus is going to go in there and murder as many of them as it takes for him to get the Arcturus. Nocturne.
So then, I don't know, do we avoid Pelgora?
I
And
I don't know if we can avoid Pelgora, but if it comes to the point where they get in proximity to each other, I don't think we have to do something to stop Narcissus from killing the man himself. That's all I want. But I wanted to say, if we can get evidence and prove it to the Queen at some point along the way, it's all the better. But
no, I agree with you.
that's good. Yeah.
I want to help him, but I also don't want him to destroy himself. He's
Yeah.
been
And,
dancing on that edge for so long, Silver.
oh, I'm aware. I just don't really know what to do about it.
She gonna have a like pull one of her hands and kind of like lightly tap your chest. You have an amazing heart, you know that.
Just a big dumb bird. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You smarmy piece of shit. I love you and you
No,
make it hard.
I don't try to. It just happens. All right. You give me the opportunity, and things have to be said.
Oh, I regret it every time, but I'm thankful for you regardless.
But yeah, let's.
Let's make sure he's not burning himself.
That was a
With
crazy day, but yeah, let's go play some music and then get ready to go kick some ass.
sounds like a good plan, Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeet. Back to the class one chat.
All right.
Are you okay?
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, no.
Aura, aura.
Oni-chan.
Yamate Kudasai.
Oni-chan!
Ooh, and would you look at that? I suddenly have to die.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do today? Die! Oh,
Die!
I can't keep putting that off.
Yes, you can.
Just go ahead and die. Da, 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 da.
God damn it.
Van Halen reference.
Yeah.
I approve.
You're welcome.
It caught me off guard. That's why I said, God damn it.
Um,
And now you can't finish the song because the
no, I
DMCA.
can't. Yes, because I'll get fucked by the DMCA. All right. So you guys return to the group.
Hmm.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Anything interesting happen?
No,
No.
I was just
Or
being a cheeky bastard. That's about it.
yes, a very cheeky bastard, and she gonna smack your butt with her tail.
Hey,
You take 58 piercing.
Beck's gonna grab his lute and just play some quiet music. Slow, quiet music.
Oogie.
The bit's getting bigger.
Fruit scoot and boogie.
No, he totally plays the song "Hurt," but it's Johnny Cash's version of it.
um, well, he is doing that with his flute. She is going to turn my inventory, make sure I have.
You getting real quiet over there.
Mhm.
And it's not me this time.
No, you could hear her moving from the mic.
Um, she is going to take out her lyre and probably just kind of like off to the side, do what she said earlier and kind of like focus and just quietly pray for for answers for Narcissus. But she doesn't know if she should even be expecting much because it's not like she is used to praying for something like this.
Okay. Narcissus, what are you doing?
I mean, I was reading those books. Did I find anything?
Well, what were you looking for? And which books did you read?
So I'm looking for anything that might explain what the hell is going on, or any clues to like, ways to alchemically bring someone back, or necromantically bring someone back to this degree. Um, that's what I'm looking for. Um, and I read the book that she got, or she left.
Okay. Um, what are you reading to get information on the resurrection aspect? I don't know why that took me so long to get
Um,
there. And
Book of the Divine Defiler.
of the divine defiler. Okay, that does not give any like recipes on how to do things. It's just a love note to Mazak Nal.
There wouldn't be anything in there on how to like make more complicated undead, not like as a recipe, but just kind of like even a hint at it.
No,
And that's
it's scripture. It's bullshit scripture about how great Mazak Nal is and how beautiful his return will be and how um the
so. In
world
other
deserves to return.
words,
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
it's a Boziknal fan fiction.
Yes.
Gotcha. Right. Okay. Well, that was
And
my
so,
plan. Uh, I don't I don't know what other book I have here. Hold on. I mean, I have a bunch of those diagrams and stuff, and I do know, about magic circles and such, being a magical scribe myself.
Mm-hmm.
Um, would I be able to decipher like, different meanings out of like the different runes and stuff around it? And if so, like maybe I could like, I don't know, like maybe have like a brain blast as to, like how this might happen?
No,
No.
no. Even the circles that you've scribed were made to um, either create or animate or summon very specific things.
Right. I mean, but there has to be like, common denominators and also differences between those um, circles, right?
Yes and no, but it's not like it's not like you'd be able to fit them together and all of a sudden know exactly how to make this or that instead of what the original circle is for.
Right. Not exactly, but maybe even get kind of like an inkling as to some of the mechanics, so I might get on the trail of how to do something.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. All right. Cool.
As far as the alchemy book goes, um, it doesn't matter what you roll. You can go cover to cover on that thing. There's nothing describing um, any kind of resurrection via alchemy. And what was the last one you're looking at?
The one that she left me, which is the Mistra one.
Right. Okay. And what are you trying to gain from that book?
Um, I know the same thing. I'm just looking for any sort of lead on to how this could be possible. So anything that jumps out at me as something like that.
Okay. There's nothing really that's giving you any answers. It does um, touch on the subject of necromancy, but nothing so in depth, and definitely nothing to the point that would um, give you what you're looking for.
What does it say on necromancy? Is it just like basically like necromancy is this and it's bad, so don't do it?
Well, it doesn't even necessarily say that it's bad, because in Mister's eyes, magic is just magic. So it basically describes what necromancy is, how how there are differences between certain kinds of necromantic spells, and um, the basics of how that kind of functions, which is something that you kind of already understand.
Okay. On the circle diagrams, was there any runes that I was not aware of the functions of?
Yes.
Perfect. I love that.
Mostly because the runes themselves were written in a language that you yourself do not speak.
I'm gonna pull them out and present them to the party. I mean, they've already known that I've had these. Actually, I don't know if Akaru knew, but I've been taking these as evidence. Or, sorry, Vec, Akaru, if you wouldn't mind, I might need to pick your brains about something.
And Ocliffe, he's there too. God.
And Oakley, I'm sorry.
To be the trouble.
Sorry.
I've been taking these diagrams in the necromantic layers as evidence of their crimes, but also to study. Um, and yet, I do not know the meaning of some of these runes. They are in a language that I do not understand, and I was wondering if you all could understand them.
Just to kind of preface this, because you would understand this as someone who studied the arcane, when it comes to sigils and glyphs like that, when they're used arcanely, they are generally based in a language or another, but they do not necessarily mean things. Generally, it's letters that have kind of been altered and imbued to have a magical essence to it, and mixing and matching those together creates an equation, and putting those into a circle strengthens that. And you're this is all stuff that you're aware of, but some of the glyphs are in a language that you don't know.
Okay.
So even if they can see, oh well, that's this language, they wouldn't be able to tell you it says this because it doesn't say anything.
Okay. So I'm gonna present them anyways, and just
Okay, just as long as you're aware of that.
Okay.
She's definitely gonna kind of take a look at them and see if they're based out of any language that she understands. Would I be rolling Arcana for that?
No, you could just look at it.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna look at it then.
I would actually, I would say roll me in investigation, because that kind of is a little bit messy. So maybe identifying the letters might be a little
Bessie, I'm the Scribner.
bit.
Excuse me. I am offended.
Yes, that's exactly what I meant.
As long as you're not the scribbly man.
Fuck you, your writing sucks. No, I was kidding.
Would this be without advantage or with advantage because
No,
they're technically
it's just a normal roll. Just a normal roll.
It's normal.
Okay.
Oh no, she's dumb.
Well, I mean, no, I was kidding.
Trust me, Vex dumber.
What languages do you know?
I mean, it is in clear, concise, very, very elegant handwriting. That was my profession.
That's not the issue.
Okay.
It's that
She knows.
just due to the circle's structure, some of the sigils are partially kind of obscured, and so it might be difficult for her to pick apart which pieces are what.
Okay. Okay.
She knows Elvish, Infernal, Primordial, and Common.
Okay, so you would recognize some of them. They look like offshoots of infernal letters that you would know of.
Right. Those characters are probably based out of Infernal. I can't make out what they're saying, and she's gonna point out which ones. That she has a modicum of familiarity with to him.
While she points those out, while I'm still listening to what she's saying, but I'm gonna circle the ones that she's pointing out, and I'm gonna note infernal base.
Okay.
Would I be able to say like which rune, like which letter, maybe they were based off of, or?
So here's the thing: you could. It's not going to help anything.
Okay.
I don't mean to break your guys' immersion, but I do not have a hardcore set written down system on exactly how magic sigils work in this world. Magic works how the game says it works.
Oh, no, that's fine.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am seriously offended right now.
Good. You
As the
should be.
only,
You should be.
as a non-caster, I'm offended.
Yes. Yes. Good. That was what I was aiming for.
Ah, well then I
But
guess I should just leave.
I mean, it's not useless for us to be having this conversation, right? Oh, did he actually leave? Oh man.
I mean, I suppose that depends on what you're trying to do.
Well, what I'm going to be attempting is gathering information on these diagrams because these are the ones that are actively being used by them. Um, and trying to gather at least some of the functionality so at least I can try and puzzle piece together something.
Okay, so
Then
because
And
there's
again,
not a set system, there's not really anything that you, the player, are going to figure out from this. Um,
like if I, for example, like she just told me those ones were based in Infernal. If I went to somebody who knew more about ritual casting and summoning circles and everything, and what is what in that regard, would this be useful?
it would have to be a very specific kind of person, and even then, maybe not, because these are rituals that were created by them. And yes, you have the circle, and that's great, but you don't know what else was involved in the ritual, and the circle doesn't tell you what else is involved in the ritual.
Right. But if I happen to have a chit chat with a necromancer, perhaps we just have a little talk about it.
We'll see. If you want to specifically keep your eye out for necromancers that you spot doing these kinds of rituals, then maybe you'll get the information out of them if they don't end up dying in whatever combat you're going through. Um,
Because there will be blood.
yeah, yeah.
That's okay. As long as that's on the table, that's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. And yeah. Very, very big maybe.
Okay, maybe it's not no, and I'll take it. Cool. Does anybody else recognize any base symbols on here?
um, Zilvik, would you care to take a peer?
Sure.
Okay.
For what little I'd help.
I mean, you still know languages, so.
Roll me an investigation check.
Yeah, yeah, but my guy only knows enough about magic is what you've taught him.
Yeah, this is just about identifying what language they originate from. 13. Okay, yeah. As enough to identify a couple of them as based in Draconic.
Beautiful.
Yeah, those ones are based in Draconic.
All right. And again, as he's speaking, I am pointing those ones, circling those ones, and noting draconic base.
Okay.
Is there a lot of symbols left unidentified?
No, you're
You
fine.
said you said a lot of them were based in Draconic?
No, just two of them.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Who dare message me
Did
on Discord?
did you say no, Vex?
Correct.
All right. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna put all those notes away. Thank you both. Ocliffe, would he know?
No, he wouldn't know.
Okay,
And
and
I'm pretty sure. Let me check your languages. Yeah, that pretty much covers the rest of them because you know Celestial and Primordial, and those are on there too.
okay. All right, so mm, if I use comprehend languages, would that do anything?
No.
No. Okay, that's what I thought.
I think comprehend is specifically spoken.
Well, no, you can read written language, but there's nothing really written to read. Like it would not
Like
help you here.
it's written, but it's not in any specific language. It's kind of like an amalgamation and then some weirdness.
Yeah, and even then, what this does is allow you to read it, not identify exactly what that language is.
Yeah,
Oh, would identify work?
I don't think so.
No.
As you said, it's just a sketch of it, right? Which means it's not the original.
Well, even then, like you can't identify a magic circle. You can identify an enchanted object, or you can identify something under the effect of a spell. But neither of those things are constituted by a scribed magic circle.
If I pumped magic into it by burning spell slots and then cast identify on it, it would become a magic item, right?
No, because that's not technically how enchanting works. Um, you could try to spend time and money to actually enchant it, but then your identify would just show you whatever you've imbued the piece of paper with. And if you were to
Right.
just cast spells on it, your identify would just show what spells you've cast on it.
No, I'm talking about like activating the ring, not like um.
Okay, you can't do that just by throwing spells at it, firstly. Secondly, still no.
Well, I just have a quick question that I understand if it's just a story. Does a magic circle not count as an object?
No, because that's something like if you carve a circle into the ground, that like the ground is still the ground. The
Yeah,
carving is
but
not a separate object.
I mean, like, because it's usually infused with like runes and stuff, right?
You're thinking of runes as like actual like items as if this were a video game. That's not the case here.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean like D&D classifies runes as like a straight up set of things. Like you can identify runes.
Well, like glyphs. Then I think, but they're basically just like symbols, like just symbols. That's
Yeah.
it.
But I just meant because like D&D, like say if it's like made out of runes, like a runic magic circle, they runes are straight up inherently magic, I believe. But that doesn't really matter.
Runes are generally attached to an item, and that's not the case with a magic circle.
Would there be any way
Yeah,
for me
but
to,
I'll just DM you what I mean,
would there
so
be
we
any
can
way
move on.
for me to um activate the circles by, putting them on the ground or something, or doing exactly what's on the paper and kind of recreating the situation?
No, because you don't know how to recreate the situation.
Not yet.
We don't know if there's other components that
Yeah,
aren't.
so if you knew all the steps and you had all the components necessary and you had the required people or the required sacrifice or whatever the fuck it is that they they created this ritual with, then sure. But it's a long and arduous process, and you would need to learn that first, and you need to collect those components first, and possibly sacrifice a life, depending on what kind of thing it is.
He wouldn't do that. Mm. All right. Well, it's something I'm gonna keep thinking about on the back burner. I'm gonna thank everybody. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. And I'm gonna give Akaru back her Mistra book. I didn't quite find anything I was looking for, but I appreciate it all the same.
So I can find a book with better answers for you, or perhaps even one that offers another way.
But now my concern is finding an answer to our immediate prisoner problem. After that, your guess is as good as mine.
He's just gonna kind of nod and kind of look at the ground and be like, "Yep, I'm still trying to figure that one out too." um, she going to bed.
All right.
All right, sleepy times. And it's morning.
Are you guys wanting to fast forward or?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we can go to Blackridge.
Okay. I think I already knocked the days off for Oclith. In your 5 days, I believe, that you have left, is there anything you guys want to do on the road?
What does the necklace of adaptation do again?
Necklace of Adaptation. While wearing this necklace, you can breathe normally in any environment, and you have advantage on saving throws made against harmful gases and vapors, such as cloud kill and stinking cloud effects, inhaled poisons, and the breath weapons of some dragons, i.e., poison dragons.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have anything to do.
Okay.
Except for rip my hair out.
All right, roll strength.
Actually, there is something I want to do. Well, actually, I'm gonna DM you real quick.
Okay, first of all, you spelled that wrong. Secondly, yeah, I'm pretty sure you still have that.
All right. That's probably my bad. That's probably gonna be a private chat then.
Okay, you doing that right now?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll be back, guys. Vic, Makaru, you got it? We're good?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So there was zero response. I had to make sure that they knew that we were.
All right. So yeah, I'm gonna try to get somewhere kind of away from everyone before like I'm assuming this is probably like as they're bedding down for the night or something. I'm gonna go off somewhere.
Sure.
Um. Zekin, are you there?
You don't hear an answer immediately. After a few moments pass. Ah, nonsense. What is it?
Sorry to disturb you so late. For once I am completely stumped.
What is it that has you stumped?
You'll never believe what has transpired. Wait, did he know Azra?
I'm not sure that he would have met her personally. It's possible.
Because like, were they like friends or just kind of associates?
More just associates.
Okay.
You guys definitely had a level of understanding.
To put it quite bluntly, my wife, who's been dead for 15 years, has tried to kill me on multiple occasions, and I've just found her.
She's tried
And
to
yet
kill you on multiple occasions. Then how have you just found her?
she was in disguise. Let's say she doesn't remember anything except waking up on a table and thinking she was some sort of lab rat.
What you're describing isn't a zombie.
But she is undead. She doesn't breathe or bleed.
It's unlike anything I've ever heard of.
Do you know of anybody that could help me?
He thinks for a moment. This is something very specific. I'm not sure I have anyone with the qualifications to understand what this is.
I was afraid of that.
The only thing I can maybe surmise is that vampires tend to be at least mildly similar. But even they bleed.
Do you think she was taken by such a thing? Not exactly, but...
If that were the case, she would be like them. But it's... I would imagine a similar form of undeath, maybe. Something more elusive than just a simple summoning or reanimation.
And they have to talk to the Grand Mistress after all.
Well,
have you seen her since all that unpleasantness?
I'm trying to remember the name of not the person, the guild.
The
Ascendant Mind.
Yeah.
The Ascendant Mind doesn't normally have use for my services. Every now and then, but my conversation with their members are sparse.
In order to get the answers I need to go into the dragon's mouth, it seems.
Try not to get bit.
You know as well as I do that it's inevitable on her account.
He's actually not that. He doesn't know her that well either.
He knows her by reputation, at least.
Yeah, but her reputation isn't like ruthless and will bite your head off.
No, but given the circumstances as to what happened.
Yeah.
Does he know that she is who she is to me?
Nope.
Okay. I appreciate your time.
I apologize that I couldn't be of any assistance.
It is unlike you to not demand a price first.
Well, there's always a favor. And this is something that is, unusual.
Thank you, Second.
Good night.
Farewell.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go
Back in.
Yeah.
3 people at work and they all quit.
Solid.
Saw, dude.
Solid.
What kind of saw? Okay.
Yeah, so I think you guys want to go like fast forward to Blackridge, or did you have anything that you wanted to do before then?
No, not really.
All right. We'll say after several days of travel, you guys eventually make it to Blackridge. It is now Gyros the 10th of Genin.
All right.
Nice.
Is it like morning when we stroll in, or what's going on?
It's nice having a month named Ganondorf.
Yeah. Oh, actually, before we go to the village, I think the zombies are still riding the lizards, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Okay.
I will say
Yeah.
you're approaching the town, and it is currently like early afternoon.
Okay. I would very much like to not have the zombies riding the lizards as we go into town, so I'm gonna go ahead and take them off and find somewhere a decent ways away from the village where no one would, stumble upon them,
Okay. You're
and
gonna.
just kind of like hide them and tell them to lay down. I'm gonna cover them up with leaves and all that, and put a marker there.
Okay.
Tell them to shut up.
What kind of marker?
I don't know. Um.
I might disappear soon. My internet's going wonky.
Oh no.
Oh
Okay.
no. Um. Oh, like rocks and sticks and stuff. I don't know. Just a way to mark it so that I would know that they're there.
Sorry, say that again.
Like rocks and like rocks and stack them up like a cairn or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, okay, yeah, I got you.
Sticks and stuff.
Sticks and stones that may or may not break your bones.
Oh, there is maybe if they fall over.
All right, cool.
Um, before they get into the city, probably after they, uh, the zombies were hidden, just gonna walk up to Narcissus and ask, so, which direction was that witch? She in town?
No. And why do you want to know?
Well, Priestess Mistra. Why wouldn't you want to ask her for help?
The witch.
Yes.
I must not have been clear when I told you she's evil.
I don't know if I buy that.
Well, she'll happily buy that and more. Your orange skin and magic, for example. Maybe your soul if you're lucky.
Narcissus, you're trying to convince me that necromancy isn't evil, and I'm trying my best to believe you and give you the space. Or are you not going to afford someone else the same courtesy for what they do?
I would like to prepare you to not die or something far worse in the face of that thing.
She's kind of perplexed, completely honestly. She can see like the gears are turning. Um, I don't know. It's I don't think witches are normally evil or anything like that, but I was hoping she was as powerful as he said. She might be able to make sense of this orange hide. Or Iblim asked or talked about someone being able to glimpse behind the orange veil. Why not someone like that?
And what would you pay her?
Well, I wouldn't promise her for something I couldn't deliver, and nor would I give her something that puts me or another person in danger.
That is not going to be your choice. What are your bargaining chips for such a treasure trove of knowledge?
I don't understand why this would need to be such a high bargain.
They deal in nothing but the highest of bargains.
No,
The price
they
is
deal
often
in
not
sentiment.
worth. Indeed, the price is often not worth the cost. Or, however you say that. The
Yeah.
what you get is not worth the price you pay. Sorry.
Ever the skeptic.
In this circumstance, no, no. Heed my warning. She will exact a price, and it will be very high. Your job is to line up what you're willing to pay, and what you're not willing to pay, but what you think she might be interested in, because ultimately, it might not be your choice.
She's just gonna kind of nod and accept what you said. Um, kind of step away once you're done.
Okay.
I don't want to block what you want to do. I understand the motivation to find out. But despite my detachment, I've grown fond of all of you, and it would trouble me if something were to happen to you.
She's gonna turn around and kind of like regard you. See, I am trying to be okay with magic that I don't understand and magic that I might not agree with morally, because at the end of the day, I cannot control what other people do. I control what I do. I know what I am willing to pay, and I do know there are witches that make honest deals, Narcissus. You just need to make sure that you're not going to try to pull anything on them, because you're not worth dealing with. They won't deal with you. But I also am tired of not knowing if there's already some sort of greater danger that may have been pursuing us this entire time that we are completely unaware of. And at least we may know, but I also am aware that I don't like the way that the Queen's Counsel looked at me. I really don't, and I can't say why it upsets me so. But the focus that he got, I can't. It's like being seen through, and I would sooner trust a priestess Mistra than someone who has that kind of observed detachment. Because one of those I at least can make sense of, and then the other, it was just predatory.
See your meaning. I worry that this witch is not as neutral as you would like to think. And if that's the case, it is very real possibility that the price may be too high.
I wonder if it's a price that's already been paid without my knowledge. Because I don't know if the reason that I suddenly changed was some other deal went wrong.
Well, I suppose on our mad quest we will find out, won't we? Because one way or another, I don't think it's our choice whether we are going to dodge the witch forever.
I don't know. I just want answers. Answers for you, answers for her, and she gestures towards the bag at your hip. I want peace. I want those and necromancers to not be successful because they don't deserve it. And frankly, I don't much care for the god.
Don't much care for the what?
I don't much care for for their god.
Oh.
At any rate, one mystery at a time. I can certainly take you to where that was. But
What makes you think they would still be there? But
that's exactly what I was about to say is I doubt that the witch is still there.
well, in all honesty, you might find us.
In that case, we are especially and royally fucked.
Oh,
That's great.
I don't know. Let's hope luck is on our side for once.
Well, shall we continue into Blackridge?
Yes.
Okay. You guys make your way into Blackridge. There are guards posted at the entryway, but they don't stop you or anything. They just make note of you.
Where were we heading first here?
Are there any like inns or stables we need to drop the lizards off at, or
There was a stable here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, we do that first.
Okay. Um, sorry, hold on.
Meow.
I mean, Oculus not here, so someone's got to do it.
True.
Okay. You make your way to what you once knew as the Nephilim stalls. Now with a big plaque that says Golden Heart Stables.
Oh, they got the name change.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna head in.
Okay.
Trying to find my Blackridge notes here.
And you're still in your old garb, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you walk in, and the first person you see is Joda, the tiefling.
Joda, I see you got your name changed. Is Lila here?
Joda looks up from her books and gives a bright smile. Narcissus, yes, she's in the back. We did get our name changed, thanks to you, and the chance you gave Lila.
I'm sorry about the unpleasantness.
It was unpleasant, but it was sadly necessary.
At any rate, it seems things are looking up for you, and I'm glad.
Yes, the business is even doing a bit better. What can I do for
And
you?
what was it called again? Sorry.
The Golden Heart Stables.
This is the first time Rue is meeting this character. What do they look like?
Built like a brick hat. I was gonna...
Oh, okay. Built like a brick shithouse.
Yeah, no. Hold please while I pull up character sheet. The boy, he neighs.
He neighs.
All right. The tiefling before you is a dull red skinned female tiefling, 5'10", eyes pitch black. Her hair is very long and as black as her eyes. She's wearing very simple clothing, nothing too. She doesn't look like a like a struggling peasant, but you know, there's nothing particularly standing out about what she's wearing.
Rue's just gonna kind of like wave at her.
Okay. She smiles and waves back. And who is your friend here? And she kind of gives a curious look, but still a big smile. And despite the hue of her eyes, the shape of them are quite kind.
I'm quite sorry. My manners seem to be lost on me today.
And she's also giving a curious look at Ziolvek, because I don't think she's met Ziolvek either.
No.
Friends plural.
Yes. This is Akaru, and this is Vec. They've joined me on. They joined me on the road.
Vec and Akaru. Lovely names. I am Joda. Joda Orbidius. She gives a ever so slight curtsy.
She returns the gesture.
Beck gives her a polite head nod.
Well, it's a shame that we couldn't see Lila, but we are here kind of passing by. Just need to stable the horse, or stable the giant caiman.
She gives you a strange like flick in her eye. She's like, "You've got Cayman now."
Ah, yes. And a horse. 3, actually.
Yep.
3 caiman and a horse.
Right. Well, You're certainly moving around in the world.
Even on walls.
even even on walls. Yes, they do tend to do that. Yes. Um, yes, absolutely. Yes, we can stable those. It's been a very long time since we've had lizards, but don't worry, we're definitely definitely ready for it.
I trust that with the new branding and new attitude and new success, I feel comfortable leaving all of our animals here.
Yes, well, you'll be happy to know that Lila has taken a much more active role since.
Of this, we can all be grateful.
Let's see, with your caimans, and I believe you still have your cart. Yes, I should assume.
Yes.
And the horse. Call that a goldenite. For a friend.
I appreciate it. Now I'll give her 2 gold.
Okay.
All right. So where are we headed?
You said it was midday.
Yeah, it's early afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any like places that would sell like potions or it's because at that point she wasn't buying adventuring gear. Uh, is there a place where they can get not just like supplies, but like a smith or a wood carver or anything like that?
Um, as far as wood carving goes, there are two different furniture places that you could probably go to for wood carving. As for a smith, they do have a smith. They do have an alchemist. They do not have a magic shop. Um, and there is but one general store. Um, and I'll say you're likely getting this information from Oclith and Narcissus, who have been here before. Um, this place and many of its buildings are very spread out and does not have a market square. It has these stores and places of business, but they're not in a single area. They're strewn about here and there.
Okay. She's gonna kind of like look at nurses and do you think any of the stores here would have little carved totems?
Totems. As far as what?
Small animals, maybe something that you could put a string or a necklace or something. Um, I'm wondering if we could make a set or similar to what I was thinking before with manacles. Maybe just put one that's enchanted on her person and uh, maybe you always know where she is as long as she's got it, or um, you could recall her to you like she apparates. I don't know. I'm trying to think of solutions, maybe simple things that we could enchant or um, just something so that she doesn't stay in the thing.
even if we were to commission the item, we would also have to commission the enchantment, which is not in this town, I'm afraid. The only thing magical here would be the arcane alembic.
Is that?
It's the alchemy shop. Kudaris, uh, Agrin.
Agronor.
Sorry, Kudaris Agrin. We ran a delivery for him a while back.
This might be a stupid question. Do you think he has healing elixirs that you could use on her?
Not that I could use on her. I don't think. Maybe. It might be. It might be worth going there just to ask.
All right. You want to give it a shot?
By your lead. Oh wait, actually, no, by my lead because I know where it is and you don't.
I was about to say, I have no idea where it is. You lead.
Figure it out.
Figure it out.
Okay. And then she runs right into the woods, never to be seen again.
Yeah. Follow us. And Aquilith and I are probably just gonna lead them around.
Okay. Hold, please.
We go to the alchemy shop and are immediately poisoned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone's dead. They're all dead.
I need all of you to roll me a Constitution saving throw. Just kidding. All right. Yeah, you guys make it your way to the arcane alembic. You walk inside and see the familiar, very elderly, umber-skinned human male. He's about 5'5", with short black hair, but very beautiful light blue eyes. Definitely getting on in years.
Darius, I'm glad you're still in good health.
Oh, well, that is thanks to you.
I'm sure your elixirs have prolonged that legendary lifeline of yours.
But had you not delivered my package, I would not be where I am.
All in a day's work. Or several days in your case.
That's not funny.
That's hilarious, Godaris.
Fuck.
Listen, you wouldn't happen to know of any alchemical recipes a bit off the books?
Do you mean poisons?
Not exactly poisons, per se, but...
Then I know not what you speak of.
Do you know of any alchemical recipe that could bring someone back from the dead and make them seem mortal?
Seem.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
With a questioning look, he says, seem.
Yes, seem. I'm not quite sure that...
I know not of anything that could even bring someone back from death, not alchemically, let alone bring them back and make them only seem mortal.
Do you know of anything that would just straight up make them mortal?
As far as alchemy goes, no, but resurrections are not unheard of.
Not exactly a resurrection. He knows that like we were fighting stuff, right?
I'm not sure if that was expressed to him, but even if he did, he still doesn't. He's still equally confused by what you're trying to describe. He's never heard of any of this shit.
Okay. Would you happen to have a tonic that would restore one's memories?
Um, Not that's proven to work.
I'm all ears.
More like he kind of waves you closer.
I lean in.
It's more like a snake oil kind of thing.
Ah, powdered unicorn feces.
Yeah, blah blah blah.
Right. This is not going to help, I don't think. Would you happen to know any alchemists that may have any more knowledge on things of that nature?
No more than me. Never.
I don't doubt it.
But no. Hold on. Let me just look at something real quick. Let me just take a peek. Peek at my notes. I think he stated this last time, but he's gonna go. But I would be looking for a successor to perhaps teach such knowledge.
And I am still quite interested. However,
I'm only going to live so long, child.
I know. I have pressing matters that take me away from the things that I would like to do.
Well, if you find someone worthy of being an apprentice, maybe taking over my shop so it doesn't disappear into the dust.
Right. Yeah, we still have that quest.
More than one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We also have it for that lady.
For the enchantress.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn. Where are all these acolytes? Well, we are headed to Resora. Maybe we'll find someone there.
Place of cultural excellence.
Are you a fan? Do you approve?
Oh, I've only been there a few times, but the views are excellent. If you like sand.
I'm not quite partial.
But the dunes are gorgeous with the sun set behind it.
Yes, but sand finds a way. I think we all know what I'm talking about.
You stop caring at my age.
She's going to, like, while they're talking, she's just kind of like looking around the shop,
Okay.
seeing what he's got on the walls and on display. I don't know if she would have been in an alchemist store before, so she might just kind of be
Probably not. She would have seen similar things at magic shops, but this is a store full of those things, right? She's seen potions before. So he's got all kinds of potions and a lot of stacks of papers on shelves and a few bookshelves that have like a few books on the few bookshelves. Um, but yeah, he's got all kinds of bottles of stuff, and some of it looks like just ingredients, just straight up ingredients, and actually a lot of it looks like just straight up ingredients, and some of it looks like definitely a mixture of sorts. But you've seen potions, and that ain't magic.
She's gonna be kind of like looking around and seeing all the nice bright colored like tinctures and everything. I don't know if she would have like wait until their conversation is done, or if she would even ask. Um, she might just kind of like look at the older man once their conversation is done, and just kind of quietly go, "Excuse me."
Oh, yes, dear. What is your name?
Um. Oh. My name is Akaru. Pleasure to meet you.
He extends a hand to you.
She shakes it.
Okay. He shakes your hand very gingerly and gives a bow as he's shaking your hand. I am Kodaris Agrinor. It is a pleasure to meet such a fine specimen.
That is actually a question I have. See, I don't know what kind of tiefling I am. Is there some way I can discern my nature alchemically? It's not an area of magic that I'm too familiar with.
You see his brow furrow. I'm not familiar of any kind of potion that would reveal anything of a person. Hold please. Need to look up. What this does. Yeah, no, not that. Alright. No, I apologize. I'm not aware of anything alchemically.
Quite all right.
You catch him kind of looking between you and Narcissus, and kind of thinking to himself.
Something on your mind?
Can you keep a secret?
For you, Kodaris, I could keep a castle.
That's a lot for a delivery boy.
I am no mere delivery boy, as you're aware.
You seek answers to questions that I don't think many people could answer. Not anyone average. Certainly not myself.
Indeed.
What are your thoughts on mystics?
Don't have any.
I love them, and one day I hope to be one.
She might like you.
I never had the pleasure.
There is a woman who keeps to the forests, though not always the same forest. You might be able to find answers with her.
Are you speaking of the witch?
Some may call her witch, yes.
She's gonna look at Narcissus with a very slight little piece of kind of a look on her face.
The same one who demanded payment in a little boy's soul.
I know nothing of her other dealings. Mystics work in, well, mysterious ways. I'm sure she had her reasons. It's a very strange and fickle thing, that end of magic.
Well, I can rescind my previous statement. I have had the pleasure, and it was not a pleasure.
Oh, yes, you've made the mistake of angering her. You are lucky to be breathing. And seemingly with your soul intact.
Well, I didn't want to harm her. I wanted to put her to sleep so we could away with.
I didn't say harm, I said anger.
Oh, I know. I found that out.
I have not met her. Nor have I,
And
hopefully, have I not angered her.
No,
If
I don't think someone like you would have.
does she have a name I can call on? Do I simply walk into the forest and hope she finds me?
I've only ever really referred to her as the Mystic, as she's generally unwilling to relinquish her name.
Quite fair.
But
I know many witches follow that.
if you seek her wisdom, I can help you.
I would be very grateful.
Heed my warning, though. If you do anything to anger her, she will undoubtedly bring wrath down upon you. And if you do, you would be lucky to see death rather than her curse. And if that's not enough, she will likely claim me in the process for allowing such trouble into her land.
I make
Very
you
well.
this vow. I am not going to do anything that would place you in danger, that would dishonor you, that would cause you harm, or anger her. I go into this with no trickery. I go in this with only honesty and wanting truth.
Then you will be fine. He digs into his pocket and pulls out a little totem carving that depicts a fox with a white feather tied to it by a thin leather string.
She holds out her hand for it very gingerly.
He places it in your hand. Make your way towards the forest and follow this. You will find her.
Apparently, I did was offensive to her.
Do not fight a witch, Narcissus. I don't
No,
even know why that needs to be said.
Well, in the moment, I was thinking of a boy's soul.
And what even caused. What was the deal that caused it to be wagered? I mean, the only other thing is that it was either another soul wagered against it or something else of equal importance. I, you don't break a vow like that. Nothing like that gets promised unless something of equal value is there.
Yes, but to exact your price on an innocent child.
Would you like me
I
to remind you
reckon.
what the deal was?
No, I know that like she's the one who gave them that child, pretty much gave them the ability to have the child, but
Yeah.
I cannot speak on others' deals, Narcissus. I just know the ones that I want to make.
well, it seems in order to get answers, I must be humble.
You must.
How should one atone if one has offended?
I don't have that answer, as I have never offended.
I'm assuming I'm probably the only one who's offended that is now having this conversation with you.
Well, I suppose that depends on who else was there that day.
Awkward
Let me
was.
go.
She may not be too keen on him either. Though
No,
if you
not
were the most forward-spoken, as you, at least from what I've seen of you, tend to be, then you'll likely carry
let
the
me
brunt
go
of that.
alone.
I don't think I can let you go alone.
Certainly we cannot.
Then, Zilvik, you weren't there, were you?
No, I have no idea who the fuck you're talking about.
Okay. Then, if it's allowed, then by all means come with me. But Narcissus, I will ask if there's any way you can atone. I do not promise you answers because she may not have one for you. There might not be a way you can atone for something like that.
It's not as though I was trying to harm her, I was just trying to put her to sleep.
It does not matter. That is something that she was in control of the situation with. That's not something we can alter, that's not something we can undo. Fact of the matter is, it happened. I may be able to ask, but I don't promise any sort of resolution. I can't. That has to be between both of you.
Of course, which is why I would like to go as well.
She may not let me in. Or if you're there, she might kill us all. I'm going to ask you to trust me the same way that I've been trying to trust you. Let me do this.
Besides, I'll be there.
Besides, he'll be there.
Well, yes, but I also have things that need answering.
And I'm saying she might not talk to either of us if you're there because she's upset. You and I both know I am very persistent.
You? Never.
And I do have a way of talking with difficult people.
This goes far beyond that scope. I will trust you.
Thank you.
Please don't get awayed with the witch or mystic. Either of you. I'm looking very pointedly at both of them.
Babies.
Olive, if you were here with Narcissus during that encounter, I'm going to insist you staying behind as well. I promise you, she is not going to get away with this fine minotaur over here. And she's going to kind of pat Sylvic's arm.
Yeah.
I
That's
promise you,
great.
she's probably going to look at him as something tasty.
Do not insult witches. Please.
I'll have you know, I am not a slab of meat. All right.
I
Well.
mean, you are. We all are.
All right.
Do
I'm
be-
not that type of slab of meat.
Do be careful. Even Orion was wary.
I don't know who that is. And I'm going to tell you
Yeah.
right now, I don't care.
He's a mercenary and he's pretty scary.
I'm not even sure you've met him, have you, Zilvik?
Yes, I did. He was there when they rescued me
Oh, okay.
because I stayed at his house the one night.
Right, because he pretty much booked it like he was out like I think the episode right after that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With that not so vote of confidence, she's gonna try to follow his instructions. Because
Before you go,
yes.
as a backup. Yeah. And I'm gonna let you borrow the fog beacon in case things get messy.
They won't get messy.
You also have no
In
idea what
case.
that is or what it does, Akara.
Yeah.
She's seen me use it before.
In the battle royale, yeah.
Oh, right. No, she saw me use it against somebody in the forest, too. I thought.
My brain hurts trying to remember it. Sure.
I thought so. If not, I'll explain it anyways.
Yeah, I don't. As a player, I don't remember this.
Okay. This is a fog beacon. And it's a little stone-like thing. And it has 3 uses. And it can create a fog circle of a radius of 30 feet. Take note that it does affect you as well as whoever's in it. And if they have devil sight, they will be able to see through it or whatever that's called.
Yeah, which is
Don't
a
say.
very very specific to warlocks.
Warlocks.
Well, some monsters can see it.
Yeah.
Like devils.
Fuck you. You said there were 3 uses. What are the other 3 uses? What are the other 2 uses, I should say?
No. It only has
It
3.
can be used 3
characters.
times.
Got it. 3 charges.
Activate it and just huck it at someone. Got it.
I mean, you can. You'll be losing the item, but you can do that.
Yeah, please don't.
You can avoid it.
Hey, gotta do what you gotta do, man.
If you can avoid it, please don't. That is a unique way item.
Unique.
Why can I not? Oh, I don't have any cards in my hand. So stupid.
And this. And I'll hand over a Dust of Disappearance pouch. Also, just in case.
Would you like to explain that one?
I think she knows what that is.
I don't think she's seen the Dust of Disappearance used.
Oh, really?
The Dust of Disappearance. So it's found in a small packet. This powder resembles very fine sand. There is enough of it for one use. When you use an action to throw the dust into the air, you and each creature and object within 10 feet of you become invisible for 2d4 minutes. The duration is the same for all subjects, and the dust is consumed when its magic takes effect. If a creature affected by this dust attacks or casts a spell, the invisibility ends. So just make sure that the mystic or the witch is not within. Oh, wait. Is not within 10 feet of you when you use this.
Alright.
Okay. You're giving those both to Akaru, right?
I gave the dust to Vec.
Okay. So Vec add a Dust of Disappearance to your inventory, and Akaru add Fog Beacon.
The fog beacon.
Yeah, that's what's
Yeah, these are both loners. If you guys don't need them, I would very much like them back.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
They'll keep them forever.
And ever.
Okay.
Okay. So it's just you two going, yeah?
I think so.
Okay. Kodaris is gonna go. Be safe, be careful, and please bring back the totem.
I'll try.
No, we will. She's gonna give a little.
Well, we
bow.
could get lost. You never know.
I would really rather not.
Hey, I would rather not too. I'm just saying it's possible.
Fair.
Okay.
With that, she's gonna try to do it. She's gonna try to do the thing.
Okay. So until a conversation breaks through, I'm not gonna pull you into a private chat until then. But you walk out towards the forest, I'm assuming with Zilvik.
I mean, do you want me hearing any of this? I'm not there at all.
No, this is fine. This is just the description of them getting to the place to be able to. This is not information that you can't know.
Okay.
I know when it needs to be private, and this is not it yet. Yet.
Got it.
Yeah. And as you're kind of stepping towards the edge of the forest, with the totem in your hand, you get this kind of tingling sensation from it into your hand, and then just like your eyes snap to a focus, and you're like, it's that way. I need to go that way. And it does begin to just lead you through the forest, and even away from dangers as natural animals and creatures find their way through. But I will need you to make me a stealth roll, both of you.
Legitness.
Okay. With Akaru's 18, I'll say, for the sake of not fucking you guys over too hard, manages to catch your stupidity as you're walking in all the rustly stuff, and she like pulls you to the side where there's less of that bullshit. And it's like, shut the fuck up. I'm sure she doesn't say that because that's not quite like her character, but nonetheless,
Golds me.
on her roll of 18, you guys make it through okay. You guys walk for 5, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, until you finally reach a tree. And this tree seems to have an identical totem dangling from one of its branches. But you still get the feeling that you need to keep moving forward. With the totem out in front of you, what do you do?
That.
She's going to kind of like holding onto the totem with one hand. She's probably going to hold Zilvik's hand in the other and follow the pull of the totem and kind of let it guide them to it. Because if it's saying we need to go forward, she's just going to trust it.
Okay.
She'll be careful, but she's choosing to let it just show her what needs to be done.
You walk up to the tree, holding the totem out, and the totem hits the tree, and your hand hits the tree, and you both stop. And it seems like nothing happens. You guys are immediately transported. And you guys are all going to watch this, even though it's just the two of you, because I find this interesting. And Narcissus, you're going to know exactly what's about to happen. You guys find yourself in a clearing that looks nothing like the area of forest you were just in. I mean, the trees are of a similar species and all that stuff, but it's like you didn't see this clearing anywhere. Not on your way there, not where you were, not behind the tree that you were stepping into. This is somewhere else entirely. And there's a very rickety looking cabin at the center of this clearing. I'm going to need you guys to be very specific about where you move.
I feel like something like this, she would know, like, okay, we are not. There might be like other I don't know, portals or like pitfalls around. So she's gonna be a little bit more wary. Is the totem pulling her
Nope.
towards anywhere?
No, it's
okay.
just it's not doing anything now. It's just a totem in your hand. If you would like to, you can make a perception check.
Very much like to.
Okay.
I'm
If you
going
make me
to
perception checks, yep.
Are those just going to be normal rolls, or
Normal
because
roll.
we're both normal? Okay.
Okay. Zilvik, I'll say you spot 2 of them, but Akaru, you spot a few more. There's a spot here, a spot here, a spot here, a spot here, and a spot here where the ground doesn't look quite right. And Akaru, I'll say you even see little glints of metal underneath some of the brush and leaves that have been placed there.
So she is going to say, "There's traps. I don't know what kind. I'm seeing metal."
In fact, because you guys like know that it's there, I'm just gonna. It was this one. It was this one. It's this one. This one. And this one.
And I pull out my walking stick and start prodding the ground in front of me with it.
Yes, yes, you can.
Wait a minute. Let me um could I use my tempestuous magic to kind of stir up the wind? As a bonus action, you can cause gusts of air to surround you before or after you cast a spell of first level or higher that allows you to fly up to 10 feet without provoking opportunity attack.
No, that is a very specific action that you take immediately after casting a spell that has the purpose of allowing you to fly 10 feet away.
See if I have any spells then.
All right, I'm gonna take a step forward.
Okay, you can take more than one step. Just be specific
Yeah.
about where you're stepping.
Right there.
Okay.
Want to prod the ground right there.
Okay, roll me investigation check.
Where's my investigation? Jesus Christ.
You are not sure.
What if I just start beating the shit out of
Okay, roll an attack.
This is better than my investigation.
It's ground.
I'll look like a psycho just walking around beating the shit out of the ground.
At least you'll get there safe. Unless they're explosives.
That would be hilarious.
Just beats the ground and blows up immediately.
I bet you there's a trap right here.
It's like Tropic Thunder all over again.
See that? Don't do that. Hold on. I got DMs from somebody.
Yo mama. You coming, Akaru? Or?
Yeah, she's coming after you. She's following.
I see how it's working.
Yeah.
I'm move up one more. And then I want to take another look around to see if I see more.
Sure.
God damn it. My investigation score sucks and I roll shit for it.
We'll just
I'm gonna
stop it.
also take another look around, trying to see if there's anything around us that we might be missing.
Now here's a question. Can I put her on my shoulders and book it?
If she's going to allow it, sure.
Yeah, like you could have her on your shoulders and then she's looking around and doing that investigation from like a higher point
Yeah, that's fine.
and kind of like guiding you carefully.
And then you'd be like nearly 10 feet in the air. You'd get to see what it's like being tall.
How dare you? But also accurate.
Okay. Since you're carrying her, roll me a strength check.
That wouldn't just be based off my carry weight.
Just roll me a strength check. Just don't roll shit. That's all. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, okay. I was gonna say it's severely average.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right. Did you see anything else occur?
Yeah. Did I see anything with that 18?
Investigation. That's specifically looking like in your immediate area and like inspecting the ground where you're at.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
rolled the wrong one then. Let me roll perception.
Yeah. I just automatically assumed investigation for some reason. There we go. Oh wait, yeah, you told me to roll investigation because I was prodding with my stick. That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. So with your 21, yeah, you see a lot more, and you can easily point them out. That is all you currently see.
Hmm.
Can I see like a clear path to a door?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, do we even see a door? Like, is this the
Yeah.
door?
Well, there's a door, like right here. Oh, right.
Did not see
Yeah,
it.
I'm on the GM's layer. Sorry, like right here.
Okay, so this is just like right here is just like a little over roof for like a little area kind of thing.
So this
All
would
right.
just be like an
Yeah.
overhang. Okay.
Yeah. We'll move up to here. Then move up to here. Then be a jag and go on a diagonal. Then move up again. Then move up again. Then move up again and I guess knock on the door and then pull back out.
Okay, you going up and knocking on the door?
Yeah.
Um,
You guys can kind of put yourselves in there.
Oi, why are you moving me around? Turd. Metagaming. Metagaming is shit. This one, I don't even have to play.
Akara is going to
Well, Akaru just witnessed
okay.
Yolvik teleport around the field, so.
And she's gonna be scared of the wrath of God, and then she's gonna turn back to the door as the meta has recoalesced. The story continues, and she forgets she just saw that.
Like his displacement cloak just went really weird. Instead of displaying them all in the same location, it was just all over the place.
Yeah. It was actually one of them explosions.
Displacement.
Gonna politely knock on the door and kind of call out, "Excuse me, Miss Mystic. we seek your counsel.
Sorry, hold please. I'm fixing something. Okay. There's a brief silence. Um,
This silence is really immersive.
sorry. Replying to DMs.
No, like that's it's not meant to be like snarky. It's like you said there's a brief silence and then I'm just like, oh shit, something bad is gonna happen.
The building explodes.
Oh, I'm dead now.
No, the door creaks open. And you see a figure in it kind of looks like a classic depiction of like an elder gypsy style kind of clothing, very colorful, but definitely looks like several different pieces of cloth that create what she's this kind of robe that she's wearing, and the hood is kind of draping a bit over the front. It's difficult to really make out any features.
She's going to kind of flash the totem to the mystic. I was told you may be one of the people who actually has answers for some of my questions. And I was hoping that you'd be able to help me.
The bit of the bottom portion of her face that you can see, you see a smile creep across it, and she goes, I know. She appears behind you to Zielvik, and I know of your friend as well.
And what's my middle name?
Patrick Swayze. Your entire middle name is Patrick Swayze.
Yes, it's not like we totally didn't come up with one.
I mean, most characters in this world don't have a middle name, so it's fine. Zielvik Patrick Swayze Ukturu.
Damn, she's good.
Damn, she's good. Come in. She backs away from the door and just kind of starts to wander in. And you get
She
this.
follows.
Yeah, as you're entering, you get this strange sense that even with her back turned to you, you are being watched.
Haru is gonna turn to Zielvik and say,
Okay, hold on.
Um,
It is at this point.
we have to be in a private chat.
Yes.
Okay.
Good luck. Try not to die.
No, I'm coming back alive. I'm not doing anything stupid
This time. All right, let's go.
this time.
right, so what are you doing?
Buenos dias, pendejos.
Buenas noches. Um,
I like nachos.
she's gonna turn to Zealvik and say, I know this probably goes without saying, but be on your best behavior.
I'm
Oh,
always on my best behavior.
fantastic. Thank you. And she gives you a bright, kind of like playful, but also like kind of giddy smile because she's like close to answers and she's excited at the possibility of getting some sort of truth.
I can tell that you have many questions.
I'm very sure it's an extremely obvious. I know I am an unusual case. And she kind of like gestures to herself and her all of the orange. I don't know what I am. Simply put, I lived under the premise of being human for all of my life until last year, when suddenly I grew horns and a tail, and it turns out this is actually what I've been the entire time. I don't know why this was ever hidden. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know my lineage. And I I can't make sense of anything.
Well, this is all very pertinent information. I don't know what you know of me and mine, but things tend to require a transaction.
I know riches steal in sentiment, and I have but one possession that I can think of that would be worth trading. It will take me a little bit of time to properly say goodbye to it, unless you can snap your fingers and shatter an attunement. Um, I do not know if that's something you know how to do, but um, this, and she pulls out her little copper necklace.
She looks at
This
it.
has,
Sorry, go ahead.
I know it doesn't look like much, but I have worn this every day, basically my whole life. This was something given to me as a child. I have lived, dreamt, wept, cried. It has been witness to most every emotion I have had for as long as I've had it. Been talking over 2 decades. And this is one of the two things that I own that I have from them as they are gone. I don't know if this would be enough, but this bears the weight of the entire life I have lived and the entire life I have to let go of.
Her smile remains and grows a little bit larger. Um, she kind of shifts in her seat. She's currently sitting on a stool. You guys have kind of just entered the the homestead, and it's a little bit cluttered, a little bit messy, um, but you can see kind of to the right it leads into a large kitchen area. The wall behind her currently is about the halfway mark um, between the door and the back of the building, and there's kind of like a half wall. And behind there, you can see the little glow of a fireplace. So clearly, there's a living room on the other side of it. Um, And despite it being rickety and horrible outside, it actually looks, despite the small bits of mess, rather quaint in there. Um, However, there are many things that look out of place and like they may be more than just simple items that she has. She's gonna look at you and go, I think that will suffice. And don't worry about your attunement. That will fade with time away from it.
She's gonna take it off.
Quick
She's gonna
question: is
kiss
she
it.
even still attuned to it?
She is.
Yep.
I
She
thought you
reattuned.
unattuned to it. Oh.
No, she reattuned. Before they left the Grand Citadel or the Grand Temple.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, she takes it off. She holds it over in her hands. She gives it a kiss, and she walks over and offers it.
She gently extends her hand, and you can see her long fingernails are kind of shortened, not shortened, sharpened to points. Um, her hands look very old. Um, and as she kind of accepts the gift, you see her slowly starting, like with her other hand, pulling the hood back to reveal her features a bit more. What you see, and by the way, she's not especially tall. She's 5'6". Um,
She's my height.
yeah, she looks elderly. She has long, white, straight hair. Her eyes are pure white. Her skin is very pale. But what you do notice is creeping in from the hairline down to the forehead a little bit, and just under the cheekbones, you see little bits of scales kind of coming in. Um, and she looks a bit snakish. Um, and I think at least one of you would have met one of these before. This is a Yuan-Ti.
I feel like I have in my bio that I've met one.
Probably.
I think Karu's met a few in passing, kind of like seen
Yeah,
them,
yeah.
but
You
didn't
guys would have at
recognize
least seen
them.
them in passing, regardless. Okay. This, dear, this can get you a lot.
It can get me the answers. It's brought me protection, reminder of the love. It it's had my whole life.
Which is why it buys you a lot. That end, and she holds it up with a single finger, dangling by the string. The enchantment on it is quite useful. She pulls it up by the string quickly and catches the pendant. And leans in. I will give you 3 questions.
I'll accept that.
Well,
Forgive me. It's hard for me to formulate them into concise words. because my entire brain is just screaming, "What is this?" at the top of its lungs all day, every day. What is my parentage? I know it's extraplanar, but I don't know whether that means it's Fey or infernal or who that is.
Come with me.
She follows.
She leads you
I guess
over.
I'll follow behind her.
Okay. She leads you over into the kitchen. Um, and she leads you over to essentially a big cauldron in her kitchen, very very classic style, big black cauldron that is just powerfully emanating magical energy. She's going to reach over towards you and rip a piece of your hair out and drop it in. She's going to just place her hand on the water right above your hair, and you watch as your hair burns up and the water begins to turn various shades of green, orange, red, brown, yellow. She pulls her hand out and she says, "Look at me."
She does.
She wraps her hand around the front of your face, and you snap into an entirely different place. You are no longer where you once were. You are standing what's the word I'm looking for? It's still a small opening in a forest, but it's not the same forest, and definitely not the same location. The opening is much smaller.
Grove?
Huh?
Like a grove?
Yes, thank you, Grove. Jesus. Yeah. There are many trees surrounding this place. It's not like sparse trees like at the cabin you were just at. And the grass is green and lush, and there are no dry patches whatsoever. And there's a peaceful pond just sitting nearby, and a perfect, just like the perfect spot to build a little cabin. There's flowers everywhere, and you can see small animals scurrying about. Above you, this shifting canopy of massive branches from tall trees, with a gap towards the center, allowing sunlight to shine through. The rest of the grove is still lit, but lit by these kind of floating globules of faint light that kind of drift around the area. The air is warm, the scent is sweet. And there before you, just starting to step out from behind one of the trees, at first you think, well, surely this is Melora. because all you see is the silhouette to begin with, and you see the long hair, um, and it reminds you so much of that field from your dream. Um, but as more detail comes into view, it's very different. This is not the goddess you saw in your dreams. Um, this is a 9 foot tall woman of almond colored skin with red and orange curly hair that falls down to her shoulders. Um, she has many flowers growing and budding within her hair. Um, and she wears a white dress that seems to have vines all over it. The bottom of the dress fading from white to a vibrant green, um, and seems to be covered in like a moss type substance towards the bottom. Um, and you see confusion, shock, worry, and joy all at the same time written all over this woman's face.
Uh, hello.
And by the way, Zielvik, as you would have been following through with this, you're watching this like a movie in the water in the cauldron.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what the fuck happened? Like, is Vec just sitting there, like, I'm freaking out, man?
I mean, he might be freaking out because Akaru is gone.
Yeah. But once I saw it in the water, I'd probably be watching,
Okay.
waiting to see what happened.
Okay.
May I know your name?
I. Is that really you? She's starting to reach out, and you can see as the wind starts to kind of pick up and blow past her hair blowing up a bit. You can see the elven ears that she's got, although a bit more accentuated, um, longer than a normal elf's. Um,
Uh, you might step forward a little bit, kind of curious, but you can see like her tail is doing the thing where it's kind of like waving a little bit nervously. Not necessarily like lashing or anything, but it's belying like her anxiety right now, and she's not entirely aware of it.
okay.
It's I'm sorry. Who would I be?
You watch like the realization of reality of just how real this is sinks in, and her expression shifts to a mournful sadness, and her heart sinks. She's like, "You should not be here."
What is here? What is this place?
I'm not even sure if you should know. I don't know if it's even best that you understand where you are or who I am. All you need to know is that you are very important, okay? And you need to stay hidden.
I've been searching for answers.
I,
And she's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I did not catch that.
she kind of like breathily said, "I know, child."
Can't make sense of this. My world has drastically changed, whether I want it to or not. I don't know if I'm being pursued by anything. I don't know for what reason. I just learned that my family that I've lived with isn't my family, and that my entire world may be turning upside down even further. all I want to know is why. It's
She
not fair being told you're something special and then everyone saying, oh, you don't know. That's good. That leaves me powerless in a situation that I might never have the ability to change.
she looks at you, pained. She kind of looks up and around as if suspicious of watching eyes. She raises her hand, and the canopy of trees closes. There's no more sunlight, but the globules that have been floating around get a little bit brighter, at least some of them do, to compensate for the loss of light. And even the brush around the side seems to kind of close in this grove to a more sealed off area, and you watch the ground underneath you. The soft grass kind of lowers itself and solidifies. I only hope that he does not hear or see. I only hope that this is enough. I am Thaefra, and I am your mother.
Is that a name she would recognize from any mythology or any?
Roll me a history check.
Oh, not Arcana or religion?
No, I mean,
Okay.
history
Just
or
history.
arcana, your choice.
Question: can I hear what's going on, or am I just seeing it?
You're hearing it, but it's like
Just
watching it through an old shitty TV. So the audio quality isn't super great. You are hearing it. It's not like it's inaudible, but yes.
She's dumb. She does not recognize it.
It also would have been a hard name to recognize anyway.
Oh yeah.
So no.
I'm sorry, I don't recognize that name of anything.
You're not meant to. Currently, you are in the Feywild. When I was a younger girl, I used to be just an elf. Just an elf girl living in a town. And yes, believe it or not, there are towns in the Feywild. But the Archfey ruling over my home was a tyrant. Oppressive, cruel, vile and vicious. Myself and too many of those that I cared for suffered and died needlessly. Someone needed to make a change. So I put my foot forward. And I cried out to anything that would help me, to give me the power to defeat the Archfey that was lording over my people. And I got an answer. I got an answer from a devil. His name is Mezareth. He is cunning, he is conniving. He is filled with rage, but intelligent enough to hold it back. He is dangerous on several levels. Something I was unaware of when I made my deal. The price for having the power to defeat this Archfey was my firstborn. At the time, I did not think I would ever have children. So that seemed like it made sense. If my firstborn never came, there was nothing to lose. And I did get the power I was seeking. And I brought that vile creature down. But the Feywild is an interesting place. Each region must have its Archfey. So I took its place. And after some centuries passed, I found myself having children. I gave birth to triplets. And out of terror, knowing he would come from my firstborn, not knowing what ways he would twist that contract for who he would go after, which child he would choose as his mark, I sent you all to the material plane. All three of you. Knowing that through that veil scatters time, he would have to chase you through everything. Your siblings did not need to be hidden as severely. I don't know if you're familiar with the way Archfays procreate.
I don't.
When an Archfey gives birth, what is created from that is not like mortals. It is not a direct iteration of their parents. For instance, one of your siblings was born human. One of your siblings was born a wood elf. You were born a pure-blooded Fey child. And I can see he definitely left his mark on you. I'm sure that must be one of the questions you've been painfully waiting to be answered. Those horns, that tail, your tiefling form, it's his mark.
See a not a sad smile. Well, I knew it was a curse.
Well, that's why I placed an illusion upon you, hoping that it would take him longer to find you, and for a while it worked until I saw it was beginning to wane. The people that found you were very smart to continue repairing that illusion.
Dead.
What'd you say?
Those people are dead.
I'm sorry to hear that. I know that they must be far more parents to you than I will be, but
So
what'd you say?
they were my soul. I don't know much of. Never heard the name of this monster you're speaking about. I'd like to consider myself and keep considering myself a Cariel's daughter in his stead, because that man taught me much of what I know. And Rudana, the other half. I'm a collection of the people I love. If you wish to be included in that, then you are more than welcome. Mother always told me there was no bottom to my heart, so I hold no ill will.
I fear that further connection to me will only lead him closer to you. That is why I've kept my distance. That is why I sent you away.
Are the other two in any danger?
Not if he's hunting you.
How would I even go about stopping something?
What'd you say?
How would I even go about stopping something like this?
With something like him, I don't know if you can. Keep yourself safe and hidden. If he never finds where you are, he will never be a threat.
I'd rather learn how to hunt demons.
You can
I
see her
thank you
heart sink further.
It is not for lack of trying, but living and hiding. What if I die and something comes to chase one of the others? What if one day suddenly they awaken like I did? I don't know. But I refuse to let another person live in this stead.
Both sadly and gladly, a devil's contract is his binding to its very core. To the devil's core. If he goes back on his deal by chasing one of the other children, it would ruin him. That is not a possibility.
There are things more powerful than devils. I'll just learn to become one of them. By Lord's guidance, by Mistress' hand. I refuse to let another person be in this position. You did what you had to do to free your people, to make this a better place for you and for them. I do not need you. When people make deals, they don't always think of all the consequences. It's impossible to. We just have to learn how to deal with the repercussions. And I am very tired of hiding and living in fear and not knowing how to change anything about this situation. If I have to find a way to kill him, I will. If I can seal him away for millennia or entrapment by some other god, I will. I will find a way. If you had any time with me, you would have learned that I am very, very persistent.
She
Hell hath no
smiles.
fury like me on a mission.
Huh?
Hell hath no fury like me on a mission.
She smiles. You get that from me, you know.
I can see that, actually. And I can also see it in my other mother. I'm sure you two would have gotten along very well.
Her eyes are sad, but she's still smiling. cannot force you to hide as much as I wish you would. But I can do my best to try and help you. I can't stay in too much contact because that will lead him to you, but I'm here. And I realize I am but a stranger to you. But you are and have always been deep in my heart.
I don't know how to call to you. Should I whisper something in the silence of my heart while I'm praying, or she kind of pauses for a second, and you can kind of see the twitch of her tail. Actually, here's a stupid question. What did you name us?
I
You didn't, did you?
never had the chance.
Eleonora of the planet Donner. I don't know if that name fits me yet. It's always felt like a burden, hero's name. But I and my brothers, their sons, were all given with purposes, fates, things they weren't ready for, and yet they still did it.
Well, perhaps try not to view it as a burden. It is a beautiful name, befitting you.
You know what?
And you have every bit of what it takes to be a hero. Whether it be to the world, to yourself, to the people you care about, you are definitely worthy of being a hero.
I think I need to prove that to myself first. Which may be a harder task than finding how to stop him.
It can certainly seem that way.
Forgive me, I had so many questions, and now that I'm faced with the opportunity to ask them, they've all flown from my head.
It's all right.
You have any of me?
I'm afraid you and I are in the same boat, my child.
Provided I find a way to stop this. Would you ever entertain the silly idea of enjoying a concert?
Yes, I think it's been a long time since I've heard some proper music. Although, traversal from here to there is interesting and fickle.
Well, actually, would she have her lyre on her?
Yeah, you've got all your stuff.
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna play a song.
Okay.
It's not gonna have words. It's just gonna be like a soft little tune. Um, she's nervous and be, she just
It's okay.
it's okay. That's fine. She's really rattled.
Yeah, and she can sense it.
Well, I think anyone can sense a few
Yeah.
wrong notes.
No. That it's from nerves, not that not the notes themselves.
Oh, this is gonna kind of like sheepishly. I knew that was going to happen. I apologize. That was a stupid idea.
It's fine. I can tell you have much talent left in those fingers.
Hopefully. I hope to be half the songstress. My mother. The other one.
She gives a nod.
Oh.
How did you even get here?
I found a way. I asked someone who had the knowledge to.
You're back in the hut.
Okay. Is she like dizzy from any of that? Or
Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
trying to make sure that I'm clicking the right one.
Okay.
Yeah, I fall.
Yeah. You appear there, but it's like you appeared just a little bit off the ground and were like almost slammed down on your feet, and it shakes you and you kind of tip yourself over.
Vec's gonna go over there quickly and pick her up and hug her and be like, "Oh, thank God you're actually fucking here."
She's gonna hold on to him and kind of like steady herself. And
Well, while you're
look.
like just holding on, he's just gonna whisper and be like, "It's all right. I saw what happened."
That was a lot.
Yeah.
And she's gonna
Yeah.
look over at the mystic and kind of with a smile be like, does that count as all three of my questions, or is that still just the first one?
I believe that surpasses your 3 questions.
I believe so too. I do thank you for all of that. That was much more than I expected. And
I hope you bear the understanding that without this, she dangles the necklace you gave her, you are in far more danger now.
I do. And that's part of why I bought this a while back. And she brings out the amulet of proof against protection. The really really long one, amulet of proof against detection and location. The anti-finding you amulet.
Yeah. Just gonna look at you and go, I suppose that depends on how he means to find you.
I know. I will find either another way to make a similar enchantment on that pendant, or, like I said in there, I'll find a way to kill him.
Exactly
Because
why I'm here. I beat people up professionally.
I know people will continue making deals, finding ways to pay for things that they don't understand the ramifications of. And I also know that it's not going to get better unless we make this world better. So I'm going to make it better. Even if I have to do it with my own hands. I also do have a question that I don't know if this one will require any payment, but if it does, I get it from him.
Okay.
I have in our party an idiot who has upset you, and he wishes to atone so that he may ask some questions because he has realized not only the depth he is completely blown out of, but also there is no other way for him to realize that he is walking down a dangerous path that he does not understand.
I'll assume you mean the dark-robed plague mask.
Yes, that idiot.
Quite arrogant.
Yes, very much so. And you can see like this weight on her as she says it. I know there's a glimpse of a good man in him. It is just buried deep. And it is in pain. And he is trying to do the right things for the ones he loves. But he is just lost in that.
Give me a moment. She's going to wander over to the living room, which is not very far at all from the kitchen. Like, this is not a large building. She comes back and she puts a coin in your hand. It almost looks gold, but it's a lot more dull. Um, I will take my time to think on a way that he might be able to repent. If I think of something, this will tell you. And if I think of nothing, and there is no way to save him, at least not from my good graces, you'll watch it turn black.
She's gonna take it. I'm sure as anyone standing here, you know, even if it turns black, I'm going to try my best to save that man.
You can save him from himself. This can be done.
Oh, Melara, I hope so.
I just mean that if it turns back, and if it turns black, he'll be getting no help from me.
Completely fair. I thank you for all of your time and your guidance.
I like you.
I would hope so. It was not my intention to offend you in any way.
You did not. You are not as stupid as your friend.
In some regards, he and I have some wisdom to trade. In others, I want to smack him very much. Just a lot.
He believes his intelligence makes him smarter than all. And in all fields, this is not so.
There's a lack of heart. And I don't know if that has been placed upon him or if that's a conscious choice. But evidently, the realm of the heart is apparently something that I am called to whether I like it or not. And I cannot abide this.
I believe I have one more gift for you.
She's kind of like shocked.
You can see, like, as you've been talking, there like wheels have been spinning in the back of her head the entire time. And she pulls out this tiny, bare, cutaway piece of wood. Looks very plain. There's no image on it. She just hands it to you.
She's gonna turn the bear over in her hands and kind of look at the bear, look at Zilvik, look at the bear.
No. It is not a bear. It is bear.
Oh, it is just a bare piece of wood. Okay, no, she's dumb. Never mind. I'm dumb, I misheard that. She's gonna... Is this a stave? Or...
No, it's tiny. It like it fits in the palm of your hand. Like it's a little bit smaller than the handle of your average dagger.
Yeah. She's just kind of like...
And she kind of, while it's in your hand, she takes a feather, a white feather, puts it on a leather string, and ties that leather string around the piece of wood.
Is this like the fox then?
It will be. You still have some figuring out to do for yourself. And once you better understand yourself, this will become what you need it to be.
She kind of smiles. I never had a totem carved for me. Only my brother's got those. This will be interesting to see. Thank you very much again for all of your time.
And she like kind of rolls her eyes to herself, and she's kind of like, and please don't be like Hoderis and share that with whomever you please.
Oh goodness, no. But I will admit, I'm glad he did.
Your large friend here has been very polite and quiet. Zjelvik, is there anything you wish?
I don't know. Can you read my mind and tell me if there's something I want?
I mean, technically she can, yeah. I can't, but she can.
Uh,
Is there something that you want?
I'm trying to think. I don't know. Don't really think so.
Okay. She hasn't cast a spell anyway. Um,
Yeah, I don't think so. Mhm.
well then, if this concludes everything, and as she claps, you guys both find yourself standing right outside that tree again. Ready to jump back in?
Yeah.
Hello.
All right. So, Narcissus, um, and just so you're aware, he DM'd me that he was doing this. As you're standing there by the tree, just kind of waiting, they just kind of apparate in front of you. Not from the tree, a little bit away from the tree, actually. If you're talking, you're still muted.
My bad. I thought I unmuted already.
We didn't, idiot.
Um, I'm gonna make a perception check right away to see what's going on with them, if they're all right, if anything's different.
Okay, make a perception check.
I mean, I'd imagine that they just walk over. Like once they see him.
Oh, this is like a split second. Like as soon as they're appearing, I'm
Yeah,
like
he's trying to
looking.
like scan
Just,
over you guys to see if anything's changed about you.
yeah.
I do not have 3 heads now.
She does not
Awesome.
have 3 heads now.
Super. How did your meeting go? Are you all right?
I know who my parents are. I know what I am. And evidently,
Well, correction. Don't you only know who one of your parents are?
no, she told me the other.
No, it was not stated that that was your other parent.
Oh. Damn it.
I'll DM you what it was.
So it
And
was just.
evidently, what?
Oh, evidently I have 2 other siblings who are not in the predicament that I am.
What else did you find?
Well, what do you know about killing demons?
Devils.
I didn't hear you. What?
What do you know
What
about
do you know
killing?
about killing devils?
Yeah, devils.
Killing devil. I must say, not much. Would I know anything about that?
About devils? No.
I'd imagine if I punched one hard enough, it would still work.
I found out
Just
the deal that inspired a tiefling.
You found out what that inspired what?
I found out the deal that caused her to be a tiefling.
It seems you found out quite a great deal, and yet you seem unaffected. What was the cost?
Not unaffected, determined, and it was my old life.
Your old life.
Yes.
Give up the necklace.
You gave up your necklace.
Yes.
Did you find out what was after you before you did so?
Yeah,
Yes.
the devil.
Did you find out who this devil is?
Yes.
Yeah, even know his damn name.
His name is Mesarith. My mother made a deal with him.
So why is he after you?
He was the price of her mother's deal.
He wanted the firstborn. And
And what was the deal?
she wanted the power to kill a tyrant that lorded over her people in the Feywild. She's an archfey, Narcissus. I'm Feyborn.
How do you feel about her actions?
Well, I can't speak for other people's deals. I only know the ones that I can control.
That
I can't pass judgment on her. She's someone who was desperate, who did what they needed to, or what they thought they needed to protect their people and themselves. I'm never going to hold that against someone. But hers worked out. She was able to achieve what she needed. However, it comes at the cost of me. I don't get a say in this endeavor. I am a byproduct of it.
you cannot convince me of this woman's innocence. If she was noble, as you want to claim, she would have
I'm not,
sacrificed herself.
no, I'm not going to do any sort of morality policing on other people. I can't do that.
She's a coward.
Not how the deal works, Narcissus. Her mother explained
By the
that
time
the devil straight up can't even go after her mother, even if it wanted to. He literally has to go after Akaru. The devil himself would die or be destroyed. It's not even that she can't sacrifice herself, that she won't sacrifice herself, it's that she can't.
I'm sorry. Any parent that can willingly kill their child is.
He
Well, I'm
didn't
not
think she'd
dead.
have children. It's happened beforehand.
It
I'm
doesn't
not dead
matter.
just yet.
Yes, well,
And I don't
she made
intend
your
on
life
going.
infinitely more difficult with her cowardice.
And I am tired of hiding. I'm
What
going to find a way
else?
to kill him.
What else did we find out about this demon?
She would not talk much about him
Why?
because he scares
As
her.
she feared him.
That is not good.
Yeah.
You find out what indeed she was.
Well,
He's
she's
an
an
archfey.
archfey. She
No,
used to be an elf.
I'm sorry. The witch.
Oh, Jizzy, you want tea?
And here. And she's going to hold out the coin to him. She will give you a chance to get back in her good graces when she decides, if there's a way for you to do so, the coin will turn gold. If you continue to, I don't know.
No, what she had said was she will think on a way that he can atone, and if she can't think of one, it'll turn black. And
Okay,
if she can think of one, that coin
it'll
will let
turn
you guys
gold.
know. Yeah.
Okay, it'll let us know.
All right, so what am I calling it?
Coin of atonement.
Right, I need to return this, and she's gonna have the fox totem. Because I may have my own in the future.
Karu,
Yes.
you gave up your necklace. What protection do you have? What do you know of our enemy?
Well, I have this, and she again has the other protection amulet, which she's holding in her hand, and she's gonna begin just kind of like getting used to it so she can attune to it. Um,
It protects her against divination sensors.
Which would mean like scrying in general.
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah. Magical location,
But not
basically.
like discovery of like who and what you are.
Correct.
Yeah.
Did you discover? Oh, sorry, on.
Did you discover anything extra about the necklace that you gave?
no.
No.
What was attached to it was sentiment, along with the enchantment Narcissus. That necklace carried love, it carried memories, it carried my entire life. But I'm not living that life anymore. And I refuse to live as a coward. I'm not going to keep running. That's not a life. There are things
What I
more
meant
powerful than
was,
devils.
what I meant was, that necklace was given to you by your parents, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that they would have adorned it with extra layers of protection that you were not aware of?
I don't think they knew how. My father was a farmer and a hunter. My mom grew flowers. They didn't have magical skill.
Oh, I thought like you had that necklace from your real parents.
No.
Oh, okay.
The only person that I could think of that maybe had any sort of arcane ability to do anything similar to that would be Hoda. And Hoda was one of the elders. It's the only person I can think of. The rest of our village was just neighbors, farmers. No one really knew magic of even what I can do now. Far outclasses most of what people could do over there. Sure, it was the birthplace of magic, and there were some arcanists who were very adept. Most people didn't have access to that. She's gonna kind of. I suppose they knew illusion, maybe, because they could keep me appearing as human for so long.
What changed?
I don't know. The illusion started breaking. They couldn't repair it.
Nope,
And
that's not what happened. Remember,
Hey, character, didn't she say that they found you and they were repairing the illusion?
no, she's talking about
they
later.
repaired it. Yeah.
So you started to notice these changes in yourself, and they were subtle at first. And instead of hiding it, you went to your parents, and they immediately started arguing with each other. And then you ran away because you thought it was because of you.
And then when she went back, they were dead.
Yeah, so it's not that they couldn't repair it; it's that they didn't get the chance to.
Yeah. Yeah.
This may be painful, but could I ask you to recall the day and the scene?
Of me leaving or me finding them dead?
You finding them I understand I'm asking a lot. And you are
They
more
were
than
already
welcome to say
dead.
no.
No, it's fine. They were already dead. I don't know how they died. When I was getting closer, I got a notice saying the news. But there wasn't exactly much left. It was basically unaffected. It was still standing, but I never saw their bodies. They were already taken care of by the time I'd been there. The public service had already been held. I grieved in private. But the news that they were dead and that was it. They didn't specify they were burned, whether they were crushed, whether they were this, that, or the other thing. They just said they were dead. I thought sickness took them. I thought they got a fever, or maybe one of the spring flus. They didn't want to tell me if there was any other truth to it. I wasn't given that. They were sick, they died. Nothing was misplaced. House was, again, entirely intact, very unaffected. Nothing was razed to the ground, nothing was dramatic. It was just simple and over. My world was gone.
And there was no telling of the state of the home or anything.
No,
There were no details released, and that's not peculiar.
no, Narcissus, this wasn't something. We didn't treat it like a crime because we had no reason to believe it was. When, generally speaking, when things like that happen, it's a small affair. It's friends and neighbors. We all bow our heads. We say a prayer. We want everything to move on easily into the next realm, whether that's spirits going to their eternal rest or being reincarnated or whatever have you. It's a solemn affair, and we wish them well. It was the same. Nobody took anything or did anything that would have led others to believe that anything else was afoot. We
Did you say that the bodies were missing, or
No, she
she
said
never
she
found
got
bodies.
there and like the town just told her they were dead. They had buried them already.
oh, okay.
They're
As
not
far as
going to
she's
just let bodies rot in a house.
All right, because you ran away for a while.
Um, I just wanted
yeah,
to
it's
know what was going on.
yeah, out of character. Yeah, it's not like she ran away for the night, came back, and her parents are buried.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, oh, like she ran away for a little while and went back and they were dead.
No, I left for a few weeks because they had just been arguing. Of course, it was because of this.
Either
Of
way,
course,
let's get out of this creepy ass forest. How's that sound?
Oh, and Akaru was still talking.
Yeah, no, that's Vex saying, "Hey, let's get the fuck out of here and figure it out later."
Right, and she was still talking, like in the middle of saying something.
no, she was done because she's just like, yeah, they were fighting and like really going at it because of her, and she didn't want to put that strain on them because she didn't know.
I suppose you didn't need the fog beacon after all.
No, you can have it back.
Here's your special powder.
I'm glad you didn't need it. I was worried.
How do we delete items from our inventory?
I got you, fam.
There's a little
Because I
lock button all the way at the bottom of your inventory.
Yeah.
If you press that
oh
lock, a bunch of like red buttons will appear on the right side.
Stop you from accidentally deleting stuff.
oh that makes so much more sense. Yay! Thank you.
E.
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 Great.
H.
And also, if you press that lock and you see those lines on the other side, opposite the reds, you can organize your inventory by dragging those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can move things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Organization.
Um. So are they at a point where they can find like a place to rest and
Well,
she,
first you guys gotta find your way back.
yeah.
Don't
As
worry.
Vex suggested.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, don't worry, Rhea. Rhea has this mapped out.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that way. Yeah. All right. You guys follow Rhea's lead. I'm gonna need everybody to roll stealth checks, and I'm gonna do a thing that that I learned from Critical Role. It's a very interesting way of doing group rolls, especially for stealth.
Yeah.
The legitness.
Roll for Rhea.
All right. Uh,
She rolls with advantage, right?
No, she rolls perception with her sight and scent with advantage, not her stealth.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Not bad.
Okay. So 2 fails, 2 successes. That evens out. You guys are fine.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. See, isn't that a better system than just one of you fucks up and everything goes to hell?
Yep.
I
Mhm.
suppose in some scenarios it may be better.
Like walking through a deadly forest scenario. Yeah, I like that one.
You guys do take the hour or so it takes to get back to town. It's beginning to get on in the evening. The sun is beginning to go down.
Is there anything else that we need to know from your meeting?
You've been told pretty much everything that happened, Narcissus.
My mother's a 9 foot tall archfey.
With your mother. I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
You said father. So that
No, I
was.
said my mother.
Oh, I heard father,
I
so that
also heard
was.
father.
I don't know how.
That,
That's alright.
that was fact. Trying to be a smartass, but like, yeah, I met my father. Like, that's your mother.
Um,
You met your 9 foot tall mother.
mhm. I have
Yep.
2 siblings.
Right. Okay. So,
No,
they,
they are not tieflings. Nor are
yeah,
they the one he's after.
so you are the only one who got the raw end of the deal.
Yes.
As she said, Deal was firstborn child.
Yep.
One of them is a human, one of them is a wood elf. And when you scatter something into the material plane, it goes against time and space.
You know,
They could
Karu.
be much older, they could be much younger. I don't know.
You know, Karu, as endearing as your empathy is, and your passion for life, and believing the best in people, I do believe it will get you killed one of these days.
I believe your cynicism is going to kill you, and then that is going to kill a lot of other people. I am not giving up my heart, nor will I give up on yours.
I'm not telling you to do so.
Oh, yes, there's one other thing. You know what makes an orange tiefling? So I
What?
do now. Apparently, pure Fey lineage.
Pure Fey lineage.
Yup.
So why are the gods so keen on talking to you?
I have no idea. Maybe there's some
She's
grand plan.
pleasant.
that has been decided, surely. But there are plenty of pleasant people.
Well, compared to your grudge, yeah, she's pretty pleasant. Just saying.
Compared to me, most are pleasant.
I don't know. I can't say if this has anything to do with the gods. If I'm completely honest, I think it might be entirely separate. I've just been a follower of Melora and Mistra for as long as I can remember. And I know that, hey, sometimes you knock at a door, someone might answer. But I
You
I
didn't
may
ask,
have gotten
did
the
you?
hmm?
You didn't ask, did you?
Why would I ask her about
Divine
gods and
curiosity? I don't know. It seems quite important to me.
Yeah,
does it
Narcissus, let me
important?
ask you this. What makes you think some witch knows what the gods are thinking?
She'd probably have more of an idea than most.
Honestly, I did try to ask them, and I think the answer is, oh, you're just one of my followers, you're one of my flock. Of course I want to pay attention to you. Because they pay attention to all of their flock in some way, whether we recognize it or not.
Well, at any rate, let's find a place to unwind. Maybe discuss this more with some good drink and a good.
I vote
Let me attune to
we
this.
get a good night rest before we visit this conversation again.
I
Let it
wouldn't
get some time to sink in.
wait a second. Looks like I'm going to have to learn about how to kill devils.
No, it looks like we are going to have to learn how to kill devils.
I'm pretty sure I
Along with
already know how to. As I said, I just gotta punch it really friggin' hard.
You don't have to help me with this. This is not part of your necromancer quest.
Hear me out here, Karu. Yes, I do. Because you have a chasing you, and I certainly don't want to be a devil's little bitch.
He's got a point. Plus, you're kind of cool, so I guess we can say you're my friend. You know,
You're only kind of cool, though.
I can also say I would be quite perturbed if a devil made off with you.
She wants to give you both hugs right now, but her arms aren't big enough to do both of you at the same time. So I think what's
yeah,
gonna happen is she like puts a hand out to like she wants to do a hug. She knows you're probably not gonna do it, Narcissus, so she's gonna like hook you with her tail. You're gonna get a tail hug on like your leg. And she extends an arm to Zealvik.
He's just kind
gotta
of
give her.
he's just gonna be like a yes, quite all right, yes.
Yoveka like pick her up with like one arm, like like hold her out for a hug, and like start walking towards Narcissus so that they can both hug him.
You get away from me right now.
Just come here, Narcissus. Just let it happen once.
This is
Come on,
unwarranted. I don't want this.
just Just let it happen, man.
I-
One
I-
time. This is all I ask for.
No.
Not when he has the beak mask on. He's gonna poke an eye out.
I'll do more than that. I'll punch you right
No.
there.
She's gonna try to like signal to be put down, please.
Yeah. No.
I mean, like Narcissus is like joking, but only like 80% joking.
There's still a possibility of getting punched in the dick.
Would he get advantage on that attack roll?
He might be disadvantaged because he's considered grappled.
Fair enough.
Um, but yeah, if they find like a place with rooms, she's gonna go quietly attune to that other amulet.
Okay. There are 2 inns. There's the Woodsman's Rest, and there's the Bleeding Barrel.
Which one were we in last time?
The Bleeding Barrel.
Trying to find my Blackbird stuff again. Okay. We could go to the Bleeding Pool. It's where I stayed last time. There's a copper dragonborn Chazal there. Owns the joint. Pleasant enough.
Alright. That good with everyone?
I am fine with either.
I've never been to the other, so I cannot speak to its quality. But we can all go try it out if you'd like.
Let me see if that was the one that she stayed in when.
Ooh, that's right. I forgot you've been here before.
Yeah.
Well then, what the hell are you waiting for?
I'm looking. Sorry.
Go on.
And say they think this is one of the towns I bypassed.
Oh yeah, she went to the Woodsman's Rest, and she met that Giala Vasili, who's the owner of it, the Aspar.
Okay. So,
That one was kind of like bare bones, right?
yeah, from your experience, it wasn't the greatest place.
Yeah.
I mean, Giala was fine. Giala was a good person, but the establishment itself was not anything spectacular.
It really doesn't matter.
It
As
wasn't a
long as
dump.
there's
It was
a
just
roof over
simple.
my head.
Yeah.
I don't care as long as there's a roof over my head and a bed under me and my back.
Yeah, she kind of accounts that it was like um a little bit like bare bones. It did the job, but if they're looking for something that's a little bit more comfortable, they may want to go to the other one.
Well,
Which
color
way
me.
do the narcissists point towards the blooded barrel?
Well, color me spoiled, but we have a long road ahead of us, and I'd rather at least one comfortable night.
As I said, point me in
Yeah.
the direction.
So yeah.
Now that they're out of the forest, on their way to the Bleeding Barrel, can they just like return to Fox Totem?
Yes.
Okay.
And actually,
We will be actually, you know what? No, because I would like to roleplay that scene. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
um,
I would like to, before it gets too crazy late, but still kind of late at some point, recast Control.
Okay. That's fine. I say, before you guys even get to the tavern, we're going to call it here because it's been 4 hours and 30 minutes.
Doubt.
So, yeah. This concludes our broadcast day.
This concludes our broadcast day.
All right. Press X to doubt. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. We will definitely be picking this up next Sunday, as always, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I was not expecting so many private chats this particular episode. There's a lot for everybody here to unpack, so we'll see what kind of bullshit happens next time. If you are not yet part of the Discord, here's the link. Discord. And if you're watching this on YouTube, all my fancy links are down on the description below. Why are they fancy? Because I said so, that's why. And just imagine that they sparkle. I love you all. Good night.